is a hybrid mode symposium. For the first time, we are organizing this hybrid symposium. Most of our participants are joining us online. So this symposium, the theme of this symposium is Science, Technology, Innovation towards a Sustainable World. And it is also organized on the 70 years of India-Japan diplomatic relations and the first year of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We very much appreciate the guidance and generous help extended to us by the Tokai University as the co-organizer through the School of Marine Science and Technology, Institute of Ocean Research and Development, Graduate School of Oceanography, Graduate School of Science and Technology, and Graduate School of Earth and Environmental Sciences. We also value the support and encouragement received from the Embassy of India and the city government of Shizuoka for this epoch-making event to become a reality. After the prolonged restriction on interaction platforms of the scientific conferences due to the COVID-19 outbreak, it is our great pleasure to be organizing the 12th ISAJ Annual Symposium in hybrid mode. We congratulate all our participants and are truly grateful for their serious interest in exchanging research work at the symposium. We are happy to announce that the hybrid format of the symposium attracted an overwhelming number of abstracts for both in-person and online presentations, the largest in the 12-year history of the symposium, including keynotes, plenary, invited lectures, besides short presentations by the young scientists, and almost 1/3 of them will be presented in person. Furthermore, we were encouraged to have the participants from institutes across Japan and outside Japan, India, South Korea, Indonesia, Germany, etc. So they will all participate online. As another first from this year, the ISAJ has introduced 2 honorary awards as the ISAJ Lifetime Achievement Award and another award named the ISAJ Distinguished Mentor Award to be presented in the inaugural session of this symposium. We would like to thank the members of the symposium organizing committee for extending their unstinted support, which enabled us to achieve this new record. It is our sincere wish that this symposium gives you a little bit of extra energy to keep on going with your research work in these difficult times. Please enjoy all the presentations during this 2-day event. Thank you, and I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahapatra sir. Kedar sir actually being the inspiration for all of us all the time. We always wish him the best. So next, I would like to invite our esteemed guest, Dean of School of Marine Science and Technology, Tokai University, Professor Hiroshi Saito, to deliver a welcome address. Welcome, sir. So he is from Fukushima Prefecture and he received his undergraduate from Tokai University. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor to introduce ourselves for all of you at the 12th Annual ISAJ Interdisciplinary Research Symposium today, in the presence of His Excellency Ambassador of India and Mayor of Shizuoka City. Welcome to Tokai University, especially in this Marine Science Museum. Marine Science Museum was opened in 1970 as a sea hakubutsukan that explains the science of the sea in an easy to understand manner and lets people know how the sea. The museum was established in 1962 as Japan's first school of marine science and technology, and is also used for education and research in biology and engineering. The exhibition is divided into an aquarium section and a science museum section. You can see a little bit bigger fish tank than other fish tank over there. And you find the aquarium boat front of the tank. This museum is about 50 years old and one of the oldest aquarium of Japan. Nowadays, you can see the very large fish tank like Churaumi in Okinawa and Dubai's aquarium. But our aquarium is original tank using acrylic board about 50 years before. The first floor is the aquarium. The second floor is the museum science hall and aquarium. This is our word, mechanical aquarium. And Miho no Matsubara was registered as a part of Mount Fuji's World Heritage Site in June 2013. You can see very nice view of Mount Fuji with top of snow from outside of our building, just north side. Please enjoy these 2 days symposium here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate all of your overwhelming. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate all of your overwhelming response to hold this conference over here. So next, I would like to invite Chairman of ISAJ, Dr. Sunil Kaur, to give Chairman's address.
His Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, Professor Yamada, Chancellor Tokai University, you will be attending us on the way. Mr. Nobuhiro Tanabe, Mayor Shizuoka City, Dr. Usha Dixit, SNT Councillor, Embassy of India in Japan, distinguished speakers, and all the participants. Good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to the 12th Annual Symposium of Indian Scientists Association in Japan, ISAJ. It's nice that we are able to meet in person after nearly 2 years of COVID pandemic. However, I'm sure that we should still keep our precautions to prevent any infections. Let's wear masks, sanitize hands and surroundings, and keep social distance as much as possible. First of all, on behalf of ISAJ, let me take this opportunity to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us today. Many of us are traveling after a long time. Thank you for making an effort to be with us. Many participants are joining us for the first time, so let me introduce ISAJ in brief. 13 years old, ISAJ was conceived in 2008 by Indian researchers in Japan. ISAJ was formally inaugurated in January 2009 by Dr. R. Chidambaram, the then Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, in the presence of the then Ambassador of India in Japan, who also served as the first honorary patron of the association. ISAJ was then later registered as a non-profit organization in Japan in 2010. In the recent decade, we have seen a rapid increase in the number of Indian researchers in Japan. With this trend, the role of ISAJ to serve as a forum for interaction among Indian scientists and to offer a platform for Indian and Japanese scientists to interact and exchange ideas and information has become even more important. In order to promote these activities, ISAJ has been regularly organizing seminars on interdisciplinary topics and interactive meetings with visiting leading scientists from India and elsewhere. We believe that these interdisciplinary interactions hold a high value for scientists, for their research outcomes, and also for relationship between the two countries in the field of science and technology. Besides these values, on the upfront, ISAJ hopes to help Indian scientists to adapt to the unique way of working, life and business in Japan. Dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic has been another example that Japan has set up in terms of being at the top of preventive measures, including masks, wearing masks, social distancing, telework, vaccination, etc. Thanks to the firm determination of the people of Japan and the government, we all feel happy, proud, and thankful to restart our normal life. The number of Indian scientists visiting Japanese laboratories on short and long-term opportunities have been increasing. It goes without saying that Indian education standards, cultural values, talent, skills, motivation, and hard work are well respected and recognized in Japan. In the last couple of years, many initiatives have been taken by Indian scientists in motivating Indian students to take up new openings in academia and industries. Several programs, such as JST Sakura Science Program, have been regularly inviting Indian students. Our scientists like Dr. Manish Biyani in JAIST, Dr. Renu Wadhwa in IAIST, Dr. Sakti Kumar in Tokyo University have been running these programs with great energy and enthusiasm. Moreover, in AIST Tsukuba, the first India-Japan International Laboratory for Advanced Biomedicine, called DILAB, was set up in 2013, and this has been formally named as AIST India DILAB from April 2020. All these speak of the success of Indian scientists in Japan, making ISAJ proud. The annual symposium is one of the most important activities in ISAJ. It showcases the scientific research being carried out by Indian researchers and their colleagues in Japan in various fields of science and technology. After holding it for 9 years in the Tokyo region, the 10th one was organized in Osaka, highlighting the growing number of Indian researchers in the Kansai region. The 11th was held online, and today we meet for the 12th symposium in hybrid mode. Thanks to Tokai University for taking this initiative to make it happen. We are all set up for a new wonderful experience. As you know already, the 12th symposium is focused on several recent topics on science and technology innovation towards a sustainable world. This year, it's particularly special as we celebrate 70 years of India-Japan diplomatic relations. We are grateful to His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, and Science and Technology Councillor Dr. Usha Dixit to be with us in person. We know how busy you are, sir. It adds to our motivation and energy. Once again, on behalf of ISAS, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you and wish everyone a very productive and memorable symposium. I sincerely hope that the symposium will challenge and inspire a result in collaboration and friendship. Thank you so much.
So much, sir. You are always being a great inspiration for all the young scientists. So next, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma to give an ambassador's address. So, an ambassador of India to Japan, Your Excellency, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor of Shizuoka City, His Excellency Mr. Nobure Tanabe, Professor Saito, Dean of the University, Dr. Kedar Mahapatra, convener, Professor Paul, scientists, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me congratulate ISAJ for having organized the 12th Annual Symposium, which is aptly titled Innovations in Science and Technology Towards a Sustainable World. Each of these words have a meaning in the present context, and I congratulate you for that. I also extend my thanks to Tokai University, particularly the School of Marine Science and Technology at Shibuzuku of Shizuoka City, to have considered organizing it jointly. Good morning to our online participants from India, and good afternoon here in Japan. I'm also thankful to the organizers for having considered it as one of the events to celebrate 70th year of establishment of diplomatic relationship between India and Japan. Ever since its inception in 2009, ISAJ has played an important role in facilitation of cross-pollination of ideas,
in the emergent field of science and technology by ISAJ, providing impetus to bilateral collaborations and joint research. Participating at the ISAJ Symposium for the third time, and the program has coverage of subjects giving interdisciplinary nature of the world today. My only request to all our young scientists and those scientists who are mentors is to look at co-innovating, because unless we work together and co-innovate a solution or a product, we are not going to proceed with our collaborative partnership. When you are co-innovating, please keep an eye on what is required for the society. We are sitting in a university which has a motto of think ahead, act for humanity. This is aptly reflected in our principle of co-innovation. Co-innovate for the society. Once we have co-innovated, I'm sure there will be industries ready to take it forward and to co-create and co-produce. The year 2022, which marks the 70th year of establishment of diplomatic relations between India and Japan, we have a series of events planned to observe this momentous time. I would suggest that ISAJ comes out with deliverable products and services which could be taken forward in this year. Some examples need to be created from ISAJ so that we are able to move forward. While we are doing that, we should anticipate requirements, and I will underline the word anticipate in requirements of the society, and then create solutions which can take our societies forward, not only for India and Japan, but also for third countries. We have been collaborating in science and technology since 1985, when the two governments signed an intergovernmental agreement, and it had been flourishing since then. But I must congratulate you that in recent time, it has moved ahead much faster than what it used to do previously. We have an ongoing bilateral program in the field of science and technology between various ministries and departments from Japan, such as Japan Science Technology, JST, Japan Society for Promotion of Science, JSPS, and other national laboratories such as AIST, KEK, RIKEN, JAXA, etc., with their Indian counterparts. Embassy of India remains committed to support your activities. It remains committed to work with you in order to achieve a higher platform for India-Japan science and technology development and improvement. There is a strong need to utilize the full potential of science, technology, and innovation for knowledge sharing, capacity building of research institutions, promotion of science industry cooperation towards development of green technologies, sustainable innovations, smart energy, intelligent transport system, technologies involving virtual reality and augmented reality, sensor-based medical diagnostics and devices, big data, IoT-based technologies, quantum technologies, and many more. The government of India is investing in developing indigenous capabilities in 5G and beyond technologies. And I'm glad to share with you that as per the current trends, we are looking at India launching its 6G technologies by the end of 2023 or early 2024. That will provide us a good vehicle to move forward to take new services and products in this particular domain. We would suggest ISAJ to come out with a compendium of possible future projects which can have an impact on the society, on the industry, and on people in their individual and collaborative and collective conditions. So once again, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this particular symposium and wish the symposium all the success. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
you so much, sir. So may I now request our chairman of ISAJ and co-chairman of ISAJ, Dr. Sunil Paul and Dr. Alok Singh, to give a small gesture to our His Excellency Ambassador, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma. Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, it was a great talk and great inspiration for our young minds, and we promise you today we will work on collaboration, co-creation, and co-production. Thank you very much, sir. So, next I would like to invite for Chancellor's address. So, actually, today, because of certain prior commitments, he could not join us offline, but he will give online address, and I would like to request Mr. Swapnil San to give us Chancellor's address, Dr. Yuki Yamada Sensei. Actually, he is going to come online.
He's online?
Yes. So please wait for some time. Yes, so welcome to our Chancellor, Professor Kiyoshi Yamada-sama. Please. He announced his YouTube. Excuse me, sir. Would you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, we can.
Hello. Excuse me.
Online can hear.
Excuse me. Offline, can you hear me all? Oh, it's not audible. Even. Okay. So the problem is here in the speaker. Sorry,
Yes,
sir, due to
yes.
technical problem, it may take a couple of minutes.
Cannot. We can hear. Can you hear language?
Now we can hear.
先生、少しお話しいただけますか。
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. I'm very glad you have a very outstanding gathering today. However, I myself cannot join. Please allow me to send my message by internet. As you may know, the university name Tokai literally means East Sea. So our university has a great connection or relation with the sea itself, ocean. And the name of the school is School of Oceanology and Marine Science. It will be the only university department school's name. Others are sometimes officially, sometimes shipbuilding. But we combine, we integrate all subjects related to ocean. So in this sense, today's meeting is very useful and very inspiring for us. I would like you to do a very fruitful discussion and exchange your opinion and develop the future possibility of the ocean. Thank you very much. Hope to see you in face in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your precious time. I'm delighted to invite Honorable Mayor of Shizuoka City for delivering Mayor's address. So let me give brief introduction about him. So Mr. Nobuhiro Tanabe, born in Shizuoka City, and he is graduated from School of Political Science and Economics from Wakayama University. Over to him. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. But first of all, it is a great honor and great pleasure to address you all at the 12th Annual ISAJ Interdisciplinary Research Symposium today. In the presence of the Excellency Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma today. Now, let me allow to shift my language from English to Japanese because I have a very good translator today. Eh 継続は力という言葉が日本にはあります。
So the idea of continuance is a word of power here in Japan.
12回を迎えるこのシンポジウムが着々とご関係の皆様の間で成果が出て積み重ねられているということに対して敬意を表します。
So this symposium this is the 12th time the symposium has gone, and so you guys have been continuing to put your energy and your power into this symposium.
そしてこれまでは東京のインド大使館を会場にしてシンポジウムが行われていると伺っておりますが、初めて大使館を飛び出してこの静岡で開催をしていただきましたことを大変感謝申し上げますとともに、静岡市民を代表しましてISAJ在日インド人感覚協会はじめ研究者の皆さんに心から歓迎を申し上げます。ようこそ静岡においでいただきました。
And up until this time, you guys have been doing your symposium in Tokyo, and this time you have decided to come here to Shizuoka to have your symposium here. And so, as a person from Shizuoka and as the mayor of the city, we thank you very much for taking the time for you to come out here and have the symposium in our region.
今回は 国連海洋科学の10年がテーマとお聞きしました。
I understand that this year's symposium coincides with the first year of UN Decade of Ocean Science or Sustainable Development.
東海大学は大変大きな全国的にキャンパスを構える総合大学でありますけれども、その創業の地はこの静岡清水であり、日本を代表する海洋学部を擁しております。
And Tokai University is a university that is all across the nation. However, we have been designated here in Shizuoka City, and it is a base here at Tokai University to be the base for the SDGs.
令和の時代になって、ますますその研究、教育内容を充実をさせよう。そして静岡市の地域自治体との連携を強めていこうという取り組みをしているというふうに伺っております。
And so we've heard that you guys are putting forth your energy into this research ever since the start of the Reiwa 2018. Not only that, but you guys, we would love it if you guys continue to do your research and to continue putting your energy here in our region in Shizuoka.
その観点の中で、日本の海洋研究の第一人者である平先生をキー大学にお迎えをして、後ほどキーノートスピーチもしていただけるということであります。
And one of those teachers that is helping us out here today is Taira Sensei, and so he will be giving you guys your keynote speech here in a couple minutes.
ご存知の通り、静岡市は太平洋、そして駿河湾に面した町でありまして、この駿河湾というのは水深2500メートルを誇る研究者にとっても大変魅力ある海域でございます。
As many of you guys know, Shizuoka City is facing out towards the Pacific Ocean and Suruga Bay. Suruga Bay being 2,500 meters in depth and being an incredible point of research for many people interested in marine biology and marine sciences.
どうぞこの静岡での第12回シンポジウムが大きなきっかけになって、多くの有能な研究者の皆さんが駿河湾のことに関心を持っていただき、そしてさまざまな知見や見識を私どもにお示しをいただきますことを心からお願いをいたします。
And we would love it for all the researchers that are coming here today and those participating online to continue for you guys to continue to use our region, Suruga Bay, and this entire as the background for your research in years to come.
このバッジをもうご存知の方も多いと思いますけども、私たちは国と連携して国連の定める SDGs の未来都市に認定をされ、積極的にその取り組みを推し進めております。
As many of you guys also know, our city has been designated as the International Marine Culture City, and so we, with the UN, and so we hope to continue those activities in the future.
その観点からも、この美しい富士山を望む駿河湾、守っていかなければなりません。
And from that perspective as well, it's very important to continue to protect Suruga Bay, which you're able to see Mount Fuji from.
どうぞ学術的な面でも今日ご参加の皆様方のお力添えを重ねてお願い申し上げます。
So please, all of you, all the researchers out there, please continue to put your strength and put your power into our region to help continue to protect our region.
結びにこの2日間が皆様方にとって有意義なひとときになりますことを記念を申し上げ、私の歓迎の挨拶といたします。
In conclusion, I look forward to your continued success and wish you good health and luck in your future endeavors. And I would like to extend my greeting to all of you today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So due to some prior appointments, Mayor has to go early. Sorry for that. Thank you very much, sir. So next, we will continue with the Chancellor's address, Dr. Usha Dixit, Councillor, Science and Technology, Embassy of India. So Dr. Usha Dixit is a doctorate in biotechnology from CMPRI, Mysore, India, and she was a postdoctoral fellow at Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. She has experience of over 8 years at Department of Science and Technology towards development and management of new scientific programs such as technology intervention for elderly, probiotics and prebiotics, nutrition management for elderly, and innovative projects such as artificial glacier technology and many others. She is also an active member of editorial board of scientific journals. Welcome to Dr. Usha Dixit. Thank you for joining us.
Distinguished dignitaries, scientists, students, and ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa, and a very good afternoon to everyone. At the very outset, on behalf of Embassy of India, I wish to compliment and congratulate ISAJ for organizing this symposium as a special event to mark 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations. I also would like to thank team of Tokai University and Dr. Sunil Paul, Professor Alok Singh, Dr. Kedar Mahapatra, and entire ISAJ team for providing me this opportunity to interact with this august gathering of eminent scientists and academicians today. Annual Symposium of ISAJ has been a highlight of its activities. This provides an excellent opportunity for researchers to think beyond their boundaries and will be innovative in all aspects, as the ultimate essence of such interaction is to improve the quality of human life and environment through multi-platform teachings, trainings, and technology advancements. You may know that the S&T collaboration with Japan is of utmost importance to India, and the Government of India has established dedicated S&T wings at Embassy, which is only one out of 4 such wings, with other 3 being in Germany, Russia, and America. We have several ongoing bilateral programs in field of science and technology. Through these channels, large number of scientists and students from both countries are exchanging their knowledge by visiting respective laboratories in Japan and India. Both countries have a shared outlook on many global issues. Apart from the cooperation in the field of clean energy, we are working together in developing STI roadmap for SDGs, with India as pilot country and Japan being partner country as a part of the technology facilitation mechanism under the UN program. There are new areas where we are working for having possible collaboration, such as artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, genetic diseases, quantum technologies, and we look forward for few collaboration with Shizuoka City. Friends, we are also celebrating the ocean decade today, and we know that despite improvement in our understanding and the state of the world's ocean and its marine life in recent years, there are still significant gaps in scientific knowledge and capacity that can help restore and sustain ocean health. Innovative research related to oceanography, sensors, and observation platforms, capacity building and training can lead to achieve sustainable ocean management, including the efficiency in energy generation. I must share that we have an existing collaboration between JAMSTEC and MOES. Well, Talking about India, we all are aware that Indian science has revolutionized in last decade in terms of opportunities in science and technology in the country and outside. It is estimated by 2022, R&D expenditure will reach at least 2% of country's GDP. And India now ranks 46 among 50 countries in the Global Innovation Index from 48th position in 2020. India has also initiated Science, Technology and Innovation Policy 2020 to bring in the concept of dynamic policy with incorporating features such as periodic review, policy evaluation, and a timely exit strategy for various policy instruments. As we all know, that the number of Indian students and scientists working outside India has also increased exponentially, and as a result, we have become prominently visible in the scenario of world science, irrespective of the subject of study. For those working outside the country, have additional responsibilities to serve as representative of the country, its culture and values, and act as bridge between the two countries. This applies to all of you who have been contributing to Japanese science and setting aside the language and cultural barriers. I am sure that the symposium like the one today is an excellent opportunity for all of us to meet and exchange ideas on how India-Japan SNT relationship can be further enhanced and benefited. In my capacity, I would be most happy to help or coordinate as and when required. Not taking much of your time, I would like to convey my best wishes to all of you for the symposium today, ISAJ activities, and success in your research. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you very much for your message. So next, we are going to have online web address from Mr. Yoshiro Kaku. He will give online address from New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, NATO, India. So I will request Mr. Dr. Swapnil Ghodke to pin him if he is online. Welcome to Mr. Yoshiro Kaku.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa, namaskar, good morning, good afternoon. I really appreciate giving me such a great opportunity. ISAJ annual meeting. It is a great honor to be here. I am Yoshio Kaku, the Chief Executive Head of New Office. Because I stay in New Delhi, today I can't attend this function. Let me introduce our office's activities, including the joint R&D project. EDO is the autonomous administrative agency under Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Government of Japan. Our headquarters is located in Kawasaki City, Kanagawa. Our budget is around $1.5 billion, including funds for the green innovation, post 5G, and moonshot. The main objective of EDO is simply innovation accelerator. EDO promotes development and introduction of new technologies. This is its strategy. EDO has undertaken technology development, demonstration projects, and system improvement. The EDO deals with the technologies, the long-term technologies. It covers a very wide range of technologies, including the renewable energy, hydrogen, the batteries, the digital, robotics, AI, and nanotechnologies. But first of all, I'd like to introduce EDO's International Energy Demonstration Project. This project aims to help solve various energy-related issues overseas by utilizing Japanese technologies. In India, It has implemented various sponsorship projects in the field of leadership shifting in large industrial sectors such as aid, cement, and green hospitality and green telecom towers. There are also around 5 new projects heading for demonstration phase. And these projects are for the electrification in rural areas, e-mobility operation system, energy management system, and the transportation of LNG, natural gas, by railways. Okay, next, I'd like to talk about the international joint R&D program. In order to achieve plastic CO2 reduction, it has promoted this program since last year. This program provides funding for the R&D project in clean energy field. Japanese universities, research institutes, in collaboration with overseas counterparts. This project can be provided with funding of 55 million rupees or 50 million yen a year up to 3 years. It will bear all the cost of recovery and go to once a year, and the next round will be scheduled next spring. If anybody has any new ideas for such a cooperation, please contact our office. We like to continue to work on the formulation of new projects in which universities, research institutes of Japan and India can collaborate. Here, I'm very glad to inform that a new joint R&D project provided with Indian University just come. This is a project by the Hokkaido University, the AIST, and the IIT Jammu. This project is to develop a carbon map, which is a technology that uses heat stretch to store electricity generated from the renewable energy. The precise time technologies are high performance heat stretch material and chemical heat pump. I think such heat stretch technology is very interesting compared to lithium battery, which has a big challenge of procuring lithium. This project involves researchers from IIT Jammu who previously worked at AIST in Japan, and their network have led to create this project. In addition to their efforts, there are also joint research projects undertaken by universities, research institutes, and companies on their own. I believe that by visualization and sharing best practices, cooperation between India and Japan, research activities will be further promoted and deepened. Finally, Nether India has launched a webinar series this year. We are going to start hosting our webinars from this year. The topics are carbon neutrality, hydrogen, EV battery, the biomass, solar energy, drones. Also, Nether India has opened our website and SNS. Please check it. We'd like to connect with many members in this community. Once again, I'd like to congratulate on this event. I believe that this meeting is a big success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, again, I'm very delighted to convey this message to all of you that from this year, we are going to announce 2 awards on behalf of ISAJ. So, distinguished ISAJ Lifetime Achievement Award and Distinguished Mentor Award. I would like to request Dr. Alok Singh to announce those awards.
Thank you. So ISAJ have instituted 2 awards from this year. Hello. Hello. So ISAJ has instituted 2 awards from this year, and one of them is Distinguished Mentor Award. And this year, the ISAJ committee has selected Professor Toshio Yamagata of Jamstack for this award. So
Professor Yamagata has important contributions to research on atmosphere-ocean interaction phenomena in the Indian Ocean and effect of such interactions on global climate. In my understanding, it can predict rain in India and Japan and Africa. He has received several honors to his academic achievements, and some of them are third gold medal from the American Meteorological Society in 2004, and he was awarded the National Award on Japan medal with purple ribbon from the Emperor of Japan in 2005, and Prince Albert won gold medal from the International Association for Physical Sciences of Oceans in 2015. And most importantly, he has mentored many scientists from India who have now important positions, very responsible positions in this field. And Dr. Here, so I think there is one of them, and he will tell you more about Professor Yamagata, and he will receive the award on behalf of Professor Yamagata, because Professor Yamagata has not been able to come here today and has sent a video message. And I would like to request Ambassador His Excellency to give this award.
This goes to Professor.
Over to Dr. Salim.
Thank you, Dr. Arlo. Thank you, Excellency. And it's a great honor for me to receive this award on behalf of my mentor, Professor Toshio Yamagata. I joined in 1998 when he started a new institute at that time called the ISAJ Institute for Global Change. And he invited many young scientists, several of us came from India. I joined his lab as a postdoc, and then I succeeded him as director of that lab, and the director of the same lab which he started in 2009, I think. And I'm the living example of his mentorship, and he did same thing for many young scientists who are now in leadership positions in India, China, UK, Russia, USA. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to award him with this life science and the distinguished mentorship award. Thank you so much. And he apologizes for not having it here, and he sends his best regards to His Excellency and Professor Tyra. Oh, he sent a message.
He has a mission?
Yes,
Yeah,
a voice message.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Please have a seat.
can just stay in that way. You can just stay there.
Yeah. So his message is here, and we will put it on ISAJ website so that you can read it here. So I come to the next award, which is for ISAJ Lifetime Achievement Award. And this year, the first award goes to Dr. Renu Vatva. Yeah. And so Professor Vatva is from Amritsar, the famous gold city of Golden Temple in India, and she holds 2 PhD degrees in life sciences, one from Guru Nanak Dev University in 86 and another from University of Tsukuba in 94. She had postdoctoral training from University of Newcastle upon Tyne in England and Riken in Japan, which marked her beginning of her professional career. And in her 36 years, of which 32 are in Japan, of her career, she has been project leader, group leader, and head of the laboratory in Japanese industry and AIST. And she holds the highest researcher position in AIST, maybe the first for a foreigner. And among her scientific achievements, she discovered a new heat shock protein and named it mortalin, and elucidated its role in human carcinogenesis and that means work on cancer, and another protein named CARP in 2001. And also she has done a lot of work on anti-cancer activities in leaves of ashwagandha. So she has played leading role in India and Japan science and technology cooperation, and she has created an India-Japan lab in AIST called DILAB, and which has 6 sister labs in India. And I think these are the highlights of her career, and now I invite His Excellency to present this award to Dr. Vatva.
Let's give a big hand.
I pronounce those big words. So. Thank you.
So let's give a big hand. First, thank you, sir.
And congratulations for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I ask her now to take you. Thank you.
His Excellency, Ambassador of India to Japan, distinguished guests, organizing team ISAJ, and friends. First of all, thank you so much for this honor. It means a lot to me. And it is a highlight of my 32 years of research career in Japan. I've been asked to share my experience in 32 years in about 3.2 minutes, and I promise I'll take less than that. So 1990, I landed in Japan, and that was just after I got married to Sunil. Here he is. And I always thought I was going for my honeymoon. And today I'm happy to say that we never exit that phase, because we together, 2 of us together, fell in love with our work, and we decided to take whatever comes with and enjoy it. Well, with background of Indian education, and I'm sure you all know Indian education is very, very strong. It trains us, it teaches us multiple skills to be resourceful, to compete, to collaborate, to cooperate. And all this is done in a very, very lively and interactive way. So, coming to Japan to begin with, it did appear as a challenge. I'm sure you all know that the first thing that hits you, that strikes you when you land in Narita, is the absolute silence and the meticulously organized and clean surroundings. And you probably get sort of lost. And like most of you, I also thought that something went wrong with my ears. It takes few days and you get used to. Something that takes longer to get adapted to is the Japanese work culture. In very short, I'd like to list some of the things I've been often impressed with. Politeness, punctuality, patience, perseverance, and professionalism. Preparation for everything. Preparation for doing things small to large. And that is to prepare, to be particular, to be precise, to be perfect. Precautions for safety and security. And considering our point of view of others. And something that has impressed me always to practice thank you and sorry. That is really, really important. So we as DILAB have been trying to convey these modalities of Japanese work culture to all of our Indian students and researchers who visit us from India or elsewhere over the years. There have been over 20 workshops, hands-on training, DILAB scientific cafes, DILAB science picnics that have been enjoyed by something like thousands of students. And the Japanese scientists, my colleagues from AIST, from university, have visited India, have interacted with Indian students in India, and have witnessed rapidly advancing science and technology in India. So with all this, the vision, mission, and a sense of DILAB has been to combine the unique strengths of India and Japan to bring science to innovation and entrepreneurship. So we see that already happening. There are several programs going on, and it's happening already. So I guess with these words, I want to say again thank you, express my gratitude to ISAJ to select me as the first recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award. And this is not for me only, this is for my family, for the whole team of DILAB, students, researchers, administrative staff. Many of them are online listening to me. So it's all for us together who have become an extended family beyond the ones in India and in America. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, ISAJ. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's our privilege to welcome you here for this award. Thank you very much. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Swadhin Behra to give a short introduction about Dr. Sankutana, and we will welcome his for his speech.
My former boss. So Professor Taira started his career in Tokyo University, and he is famous for his research in Namsan Trough, and he pioneered research for deep sea drilling, especially to envision the project of Chikyu, which most of you are going to visit today. It's a huge ship, huge drilling ship. $1 billion, I think. So he must be understanding how difficult and how challenging it must be for him to persuade next and the funding agency as well as designers to design that and realize that. So I really commend your achievement, sir. And he has received, he is present, he then moved on to JAMSTEC as the executive director. Then he became president. And after retirement from JAMSTEC, he is now the executive director of Institute of Oceanic Research and Development. He has received honorary fellows from Geological Society of America, Royal Astronomical Society, Japan Geoscience Union. He also received the Geological Society of Japan Award, Japan Academy Award, Japan Society for Marine Surveys and Technology Award. most importantly, he not only received awards, but he has given award. One of the awards given in his name is known as Asahiko Taira Medal by the American Geophysical Union for ocean review. So that's I think what I can remember. Well, the floor is yours.
Okay.
It was my great pleasure to be here with fellow scientists and friends, and Behera-san, me together visited India several years ago, and then at the occasion of the ceremony of MOES, Ministry of Art Science, and there was a ceremony. I gave some keynote lecture and so forth, and he led me to the temples and all the castles, whatever. It's great Indian culture. I enjoy. So it's great to be here, but I'm waiting for my computer is ready. The talk I'm going to give is because I'm a geologist. The geology related to Japan and India, especially comparison with marine geology, and there are big similarity but big difference. First, order of magnitude is completely different. Indian geology, submarine fan segment is huge, vast, but in Japanese case, it's compact. But essence are very, very similar. And also it tells you some time-lapse history in geology. Earth science, we sometimes deal with the billions of years of time.
Share screen. Share screen.
Share screen.
Share screen. Is it shared? Zoom.
Okay, my title is Comparison Tectonic Framework between India and Japan, Implication for the evolution of continental crust and role of turbidity current. So what I have been doing the last 20 years, as introduced by the Behera-san, I've been doing the management and operation of the marine vessel GQ. As you see, this is a monster ship. Some of you will see this evening after the session. But this is first riser green technology equipped green scientific green ship ever produced. And of course, construction cost was huge. But importantly, they are dedicated, it's a ship that is dedicated to the IODP, Integrated Ocean Green Program, and India is a member of this international collaboration.
GQ's main target is a mantle green, mega earthquake fault zone, deep South Sea floor biosphere, and then paleoclimate. We've been operating around the Japan, most of the scientific purpose, but we have done some work in Indian Ocean and offshore of India by the contract of NOGCA, a natural oil and gas company. We have done study of methane hydrate about 2 months. So let me go to my scientific part of the presentation. Part 1 is comparison of the role of plate tectonic framework, or comparison plate tectonic framework between India and Japan. I believe most of you know what plate tectonics is, but at mid-oceanic ridge, magma gets injected, produce oceanic plate and oceanic crust, and gets subducted at the fringe underneath the mantle. And then the big question is that the Earth has a very special crust called continental crust. This is only planet. Keyboard. Thank you very much. The Atlantic continental crust. Yes, this is the only planet with in the solar system have Atlantic continental crust. Therefore, the big question in geology is what is the origin of continental crust? I think unfortunately we know the answer. The continental crust is produced at the plate subduction zone in oceanic island arc. But the question is, this oceanic island arc is small, but how to make this big continental mass from the small nucleus of oceanic island arc, then make it large as India, as Africa, or others. And then two of this particular question resides in here in Shizuoka. The Shizuoka here is produced because of the subduction of the Pacific plate. There's a chain of volcanoes. This is volcanic island arc, and especially this part is called Izu-Bonin or Izu-Ogasawara arc. It's collided with Philippine Sea plate subduction 4,000 feet of area together with this island arc. Honshu and Izu and Izu-Ogasawara collide at this particular point. Particular point is right here. You are sitting on this collision zone. And then because of this collision and this sliver, this portion of the plate moving this way, which was the opening of Okinawa crust. So this is a kind of basic tectonics taking place. Then let's take a close look at this collision zone. Our group in 1996 and 1998, here listed, made an unprecedented way of imaging the cluster structure of oceanic island arc using many ocean bottom seismometers, ships, and then we use a dynamite to produce a single big pulse sound. With that kind of technology, we have good image the nature of cluster structure in the Earth. And what we found was in the middle, the 6.3 kilometer per second middle crust, which only at that time could find in the continental crust. So we found this at island arc. Therefore, we conclude this is a middle crust is composed of granitic rocks.
Then we have done detailed mapping and land geological work. You are here, it's Shizuoka, and this is the peninsula, this is the Mount Fuji, Tangawa, all these areas. Taking out the recent volcano, Mount Fuji, and others, basement geology all suggest this portion is nothing but the scrape of middle portion of iron ore crust. So here at the East Bonin iron ore collision zone, we found scrape of middle crust of the iron ore granitic crust being stuck together, migrating toward the sea. So this is a mini continent. So we are sitting on the mini continent at this particular place. So this finding made this imaging of the East Bonin a very famous geologist. So I keep publishing this one in many journals. Then, so we understand this collision of the island arc through this mini continent. They eventually essentially grow larger and larger. But what else going on? This collision zone to the Surugata, to the Nankai Trough. This is the topographic image of the Nankai Trough. You see the flat floor, landward side in a step structure, meandering channel-like seafloor down to the north, to the Surugata Trough, and the Fuji San. And then this is the mouth of Fuji River. Let me see one more time. So flat Nankai Trough floor, step-like structure and landward slope, Shikoku, Key Peninsula again. Here is a meandering channel-like structure. The seafloor down to the north to the Surugata, and you are right here. We are at this place. And then marine geology, as you know, we use seismic reflection profiles. Using the air gun, we shoot large foam sound, then reflected wave is received by a hydrophone streamer cable. With that technique, we can image geological structure below the seafloor. This is the image, and this is the interpretation, and this is the plan view of the topography. Here is about 1 kilometer in depth. This is 10 kilometers, so something like 5 times more vertical exaggeration. Here is the Philippine Sea plate subducting toward the Shikoku. You see Nankai Trough as flat, as you see in 3D image. You saw the step-like structure, the landward slope. This was every holding step was nothing but the scrape of thrust force coming back. So it's like a bulldozer pushing from here and squeeze this one, and this portion is scraped off to become part of the Shikoku or a key peninsula. So this portion we call accretionary wedge. Wedge shape. Accretionary means it's put together. So plate motion brings sediments toward the wall of Japanese island. And all new sediments which came from the Izu Bonin, Izu collision zone were stuck together, making new land. But material is very different from the original, most because of weather, more rich in silica. So this is the secondary crust. Secondary continental crust was born as accretionary wedge due to the sedimentation and plate motion. So this is exactly can be simulated by sandbox experiment. You have a sediment being stacked, and here is a wall. There is a slippery zone made by bees, and then when you slide it, all these are scraped off, and then step-like structure. Sandbox model. At the Nankai Trough, this accretion wedge formation been occurring in magnitude 10 times, 100 times, much larger scale. Then the question was, at the time we finding from this accretionary process, what kind of sediment in sedimented 1 kilometer at the Nankai Trough? Nankai Trough flat. So it shows some high rate of sedimentation taking place at Nankai Trough. So we did ODP, Ocean Drilling Program training. I was co-chief scientist. And then about 1 kilometer of the penetration, then down to the top of the basaltic rock on the top of the PPC plate. And then sediment, upper 500 meters of sediment was sand, sandy, coarse sediment. It's 4.6 kilometers of water depth. And why the sand? Why this sand? And this is the photograph of sand, site 808, Nankai Trough. And this particular sand contains abundant freshwater diatoms. Freshwater diatoms are really abundant. And then sands are mineralogically identical with Fuji River sediment. So this sands about 500 kilometers away from the mouth of the Fuji River, but got to be transported directly from some mechanism we call turbidity current. So turbidity current can be easily simulated by the simple experiment. You have suspended water to your left side, gate opens, a heavy suspended muddy water flows at the bottom of the flow, very efficient way. So this is called turbidity current. Density difference was produced by the suspension of muddy, sandy particles. So essentially what this suggests is that from the source region of these collision zones, the high mountain, southern Japan, Fujisan, or the high mountain range, the river was shed to this plate boundary, and Fuji River is one of them, and main of them. And turbidity current is transported from there all the way around the channel. We saw some meandering channel, all the way down, and then this being accreted by 4 centimeters of plate motion here and accretion in wedge. That's composed. So sand transported from the Fuji River by turbidity current called turbidite. Turbidite sedimentation taking place Nankai Trough, and they form the secondary continental formation, secondary continental crust called accretion wedge. Then let's take a look at India. India, you have Himalaya. This is caused by continent collision. In your case, in Japan case, arc collision, very small. But with a huge collisional zone is over 1,000 kilometers long. And then the river, Brahmaputra River and Ganges River flows to the Bengal Ganges Delta. And this is Bengal deep sea farm. Entire Indian Ocean is segmented by the segment from the Himalayas. And then this is Andaman Nicobar Island. I understand that this Andaman Nicobar Island is under Indian jurisdiction. And let's take a little more close in this portion. So I put the figure in a horizontal way. North is this direction, Himalaya, and Myanmar, Nicobar Andaman Island, Nicobar Island. So due to this plate motion of the Indian plate, collision takes place. Huge sediment being shed to the Ganges Delta, and then eventually to the submarine found in Indian Ocean. All sediment being moved to the on-land condition west of Myanmar. As you can see, the step-like structure, and then entire portion of the Andaman Nicobar Island is composed essentially of the repeated section. You see the cross section here. So this is a cross section of the Nicobar Island. Sediment here is 7 kilometers thick, huge, very, very thick sediment. Cleaned, forming the Andaman Nicobar Island. There's a volcano here, and the spreading of the Backward Basin. In India case, this is going push this way, carrying the whole front to this direction. And as a counterpart of this movement, you are opening the Andaman Sea at the Backward Basin. There are only 2 active volcanoes in entire India. Congratulations, you have an active volcano. But particular setting is, in a sense, in the scale is different. But if you consider it Okinawa Trough and is a collision zone and oblique way of moving the plate, this is essentially the same process. But in India case, you are not creating new juvenile primary content. You are recycling the huge mass of existing content. So in a way, maybe we are more innovative. No. So in taking a look at the entire history, simple conclusion is primary content or juvenile content are first produced by Earth collision in early half of the Earth's history, very much like is collision and Honshu. And second half of the Earth history, content collision was the main part of tectonics, and then recycling the huge amount of content of crust, producing more or less present way of the Earth environment and nutrient cycle and so forth. So sustainability, we call it the sustainable Earth at present mode, is a trigger or drive by its mountain, continent, and continent regions. So I'm not going to detail too much of this conclusion, but let me, as a second part of the talk, which is yet to be brief, consider the role of flat trigger trajectory current and global environment. So question is, back to the is collision zone. Again, we are here at the Shimizu, and then Fuji River here. So this is through the Club Gorge. Fuji River flows into this mass of the Suruga Trough. And then 2018, October 1st, we have a flood event. Big typhoon approached to this area, and then there was a line, ocean bottom seismometer observation line near the mouth of the Fuji River, and 8 out of 18 ocean bottom seismometer went wrong. malfunction, some are moved, transported, dislocated, and then some of them are beached, floated and beached around the east. So the analysis of the ocean bottom seismic records suggest timing of malfunction occurred at midnight in October 1st. This peaked which coincides exactly the peak of flow rate, sharp flow rate peak of the Fuji River flood event. So the matching of this for both events suggests Baba Sensei of Tokai University, there got to be a flood triggered tragedy. One of the OBS, fortunately recovered, was dropped this location and later found moved 800 meters and recovered point here, and then this particular OBS under the cover of the plastic. Inside is a glass sphere which contains the seismometer and battery and all the instrumentation. And in between the space, it's completely packed by the sandy sediments, suggesting this ocean bottom seismometer move around, tumble, and then transported within high density suspended fluid, essentially tributary current. And this year, we've been doing some sampling project. This backscattering image of the Fuji River, high intensity, bright intensity zone, suggesting the coarse material being deposited, and then sampling point to your right side suggests we have transported land plant, very fresh looking land plant. It's got to come from land quite recently. So all this evidence suggesting that the active flood trigger tributary current taking place in the Surugatra. This is the main mechanism of transporting tributary current all the way 700 kilometers from Surugatra down to Trapsa. So we've been thinking this kind of model from flood of the Fuji River going down to tributary current. We like to monitor some of them direct monitoring, which really nobody actually so far ever be succeeded to monitor flood triggered current. There is a record in Monterey Canyon of the United States. They have done monitoring of turbidity current by mooring system and so forth. But these are landslide causing turbidity, flood triggered turbidity current, not being monitored directly. So we try to do, because this is taking place just in front of us. So it's a golden opportunity here, and then in the future, we like to install some observation tower using the GQ and then connect the cable and so forth. Then, the same way, let's take a look at the Ganges and Indus Submarine Canyon. This is very strange, this area. It should causing the huge flood, Ganges and Indus Delta. But it's only one, they both have single submarine canyon. How the flood get together? The flooding should be all over the delta. Then connect to one single submarine canyon. Then also the question, how large is the flood triggered tributary current within this kind of context? So it's a big question. I don't have an answer yet. That someday I'd like to, if we done successful mooring and observation experience in this particular case in Sri Lanka, we are moved to the India to monitor these much mega scale phenomena. So but Indian Ocean is huge, depending on deep sea farm. The channel is 3,000 kilometers long. Unbelievable. Nankai, 700 kilometers. Not so bad. Actually, not so bad. Anyway, it's huge. But the entire Western Pacific, the small basin, but they are full of turbulence. So this is global phenomenon. So my final slide is turbidity current is an important agent for the global environmental change, including organic carbon barrier, marine ecological system, and also deep subsurface biosphere. Biosphere live something like 2, 3, 4 kilometers below the seafloor at sedimentary pile. There got to be an important ecological development in deep sea environment of turbulence sedimentation. So the final one, recent intensification of typhoons, cyclones, and heavy rainfall might have enhanced the role of flood-triggered turbidity current as a conveyor belt of heat to the deep sea, fresh water to the deep environment, and anthropogenic materials, including microplastics, fertilizers, all these things to the deep ocean. So for the future ocean observation and next decades of the UN and for the sustainability of the Earth, I think this is a new frontier. Flood-triggered turbidity current in some of the area which is totally unknown. I think we should think this as an important agent for the global change for the future population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Sensei, for the presentation. And it's our great pleasure to visit PQ today evening. We will request Dr. Alok Singh. I request Dr. Alok Singh for vote of thanks.
So at the so at the end of this inaugural session, it is my great privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the behalf of the Symposium Organizing Committee and ISAJ Executive Committee. So we express our gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma for his gracious presence to motivate Indian scientific community and in keeping with the importance of science and technology between India and Japan. We express our sincere gratitude to Professor Kiyoshi Yamada, Chancellor of Tokai University, for his inspiring address. And we are thankful to Mr. Nobuhiro Tanabe, Mayor of Yokohama City, for his thoughtful vision in making Yokohama City a sustainable community. And the Embassy of India has always been very supportive of our activities. We would like to thank Dr. Usha Dixit, Counselor, Science and Technology, Embassy of India, for her support over the past few years. And we are
very grateful to Professor Asahiko Taira for making time to deliver his very interesting keynote lecture comparing the tectonic framework between Eastern India and Southwestern Japan. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all the plenary and invited speakers who have come from different institutes and universities, as well as joined us online for sparing their time, valuable time to contribute to this symposium. I also especially thank all the young scientists who have made considerable effort to do good work and present their work at the symposium and in person and online. This COVID year has also brought an opportunity to meet actual physical distances and join this symposium nationwide in Japan and beyond online. We very much appreciate the generous assistance extended by the Tokai University as the co-organizer. Through the School of Marine Science and Technology, Institute of Ocean Research and Development, Graduate School of Oceanography, Graduate School of Science and Technology, and Graduate School of Art and Environmental Science. Furthermore, we are truly grateful to Professor Hiroshi Saito, Dean of School of Marine Science and Technology, and Professor Satoshi Ishikawa, Dean of School of Oceanography, for their generous help and guidance, as well as Mr. Yamamoto, Manager of Public Relations. This symposium would not have been possible without their continuous support over the past few months. So, a two-day symposium like this required considerable financial support, and we are very fortunate to have very generous support as a donation from Sai Hira India Foundation and a major sponsor, the Indian Commerce and Industrial Association, Japan, and our sponsors, Forecast Ocean Plus, America Trading Company, and Yamada Union. We sincerely thank all of them. Again, a two-day symposium like this requires planning for months in advance, especially if it has to do with logistics of a hybrid mode in parallel sessions. We have been very fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues in our organizing committee who voluntarily took responsibility and put their best efforts to make this symposium a success. I would like to particularly thank Dr. Kedar Mahapatra and his team, Dr. Sapnil Godke, Dr. Santosh Gotwal, and Dr. Manjari Kulkarni to volunteer to hold the symposium this year in hybrid mode. Their initiative and effort have made this possible. My heartfelt thanks to our treasurer, Dr. Samik Ghosh, for meticulously taking care of all the financial transactions and logistics. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on and execute the completion of tasks. Finally, and most importantly, I thank all the participants who have taken time and effort to attend and make valuable contributions to the symposium. And I wish you enjoyable proceedings over these 2 days. Thank you. Dr. Mahapatra will have some announcements.
So dear all, as announced in our former program, we will not have any official tea or coffee breaks. We will continue with the next session because our participants who are presenting online, they will be waiting for us. So let's start with the next program, and I would like to invite Dr. Swadhin Behra and Dr. Satoshi Ishikawa for chairing the session. Thank you so much, and let's start with our next program. And we will make sure that there will not be any breaks or question answer sessions between the presentations so that we can cover up the time and we have to leave this hall before 6. So thank you all for your kind cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much for cooperation and smooth proceeding in our schedule. So let's start with the ocean science, technology, primary and invite lecture session. So I am Satoshi Ishikawa and so co-chair of these sessions. So it's a pleasure to co-chair this session with Professor Satoshi Ishikawa. My name is Swadhin Behra. I'm from Jam State. Let me introduce our first speaker today, first plenary speaker today. Dr. Shailesh Naik is well known in India for his great contribution, both scientifically and management-wise, for contributing to remote sensing and coastal ocean science, coastal ocean engineering. He had a degree in geology, like Ara Sensei, but he moved on to remote sensing, and I know his work because of his involvement in Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. And then he moved on as the director of INCOES, and finally he became the secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences. When he was secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, he was instrumental in developing strong collaboration between MOES and Jam State, which was finally culminated into the memorandum of agreement and signed in front of both Prime Minister of Japan and Prime Minister of India, and handed over to my former boss, Professor Taira. With no further ado, I welcome Dr. Shailesh Naik, who is now the director of National Institute of Advanced Studies in India, to deliver his plenary address. Dr. Naik, please.
Please online.
Yeah, please understand. You can share. You can just share screen.
He can share by him. But we are not able to.
Dr. Naik, can you hear us? We are not able to hear you. If you could share your screen, you can start. Share. We still cannot hear you.
I think it's.
Yeah, we can see you now. Just a minute, please, because there is some technical issue on our side.
Please share. Ask him, please share. We can listen. But we are not able to hear here.
Are you able to hear?
In my
No, we cannot hear.
Yes, sir. Both microphones.
Can you please start? Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now. Please start. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in the first annual ISAJ Symposium. And I'm extremely grateful to organizers for inviting me to give a talk. And I thought I will give some idea on the work which we have been doing related to blue economy. This what economy we mean that the ocean dependent economic activities which essentially directed towards improving the quality of life and while ensuring both the social development and environmental and ecological security. This term was first introduced by Professor Pauli in 1992 at the UN so that we can address some of the issues related to climate change. And then the third World Summit Conference Rio Plus 20 also endorsed this to lead to a blue economy. Also, you are aware that the SDG 14, which looks at the ocean, which also advocates the conserve and sustain the ocean resources. So, in India also has committed to the blue economy, where we had a conference in Nairobi in 2018. So, this is last couple of decades. This blue economy has paid a lot of attention, and India has already produced a strategy for how to advance the blue economy, and the policy for the blue economy is under preparation. Now, there are several issues which we need to address while we are looking into economy. The first is about resources, both living and non-living resources. And then most of the activity would be conducted from the coast. We need to have a coastal marine spatial planning which addresses some of the conflicting requirement between different sectors, let's say shipping, fishery, or the mineral exploration, or the tourism, or the recreation. So this is another important. We also need to address some of the hazards and what the response mechanism, because once you invest large amount of money, we need to address this as well. There are many issues which essentially we need to address, just on the international agreements, work laws, CLCS, ISPA. And one of the important aspects is the accounting framework. How we will account the activities which we are doing into the economy and the policy related to. I won't be able to talk on each of the every aspects, so I will be talking on the first four about the resources planning and some of the hazard related issues. The most important aspect, the first resources, is depletion. And in India, we have a large amount of minerals on southwest and southeast coast of India. Now, the basic minerals which we get is the ilmenite, rhodite, garnet, zircon, kyanite, silvite, magnetite, monazite. And the ilmenite, which is mainly titanium, is one of the largest resources. 22% of the world reserves are in. Now, this occurs on the coast as well as in the nearshore regions. So there is the mining techniques have been developed, the beneficiation techniques have been developed, and now there are 5 minutes by 5 minutes blocks have been identified, which reach for the exploration. So this is now open for the exploration, and the current market value is about $200 million. So this is an area which needs to be further explored. Similarly, the deep sea minerals the other minerals minerals on the deep sea one polymetallic produce, which are of manganese, copper, nickel, cobalt, etc. They are found scattered along the Central Indian Ocean, and they are occurring depth beyond 4,000 meters. India has about 75,000 square kilometers area under exploration, and the reconnaissance exploration is already completed, and the first mining site of 12.5 kilometers is already identified. The various beneficiation processes by which you can recover about 93 to 95% of the metal also has been developed. The total value of these reserves is about 187 billion US dollars. I will come to some of the technology related issues slightly later. The other area which is also attention is about the polymetallic sulfides, which are associated with the mid-oceanic ridges. And essentially it has a copper, lead and zinc, but also gold and silver and many other precious metals. This exploration has been initiated in 10,000 square kilometer area, and some of these vents have been identified, and the detailed analysis of this area is being undertaken. The third, which is very critical in current way, is the cobalt, which is a very critical metal now in the high-tech industry and a lot of strategic importance. So there are cobalt-enriched crusts in the ocean on these sea mounts, and this needs to be further exploration, because as the time passes, the cobalt requirement of cobalt is likely to go up. Now, all this needs a very special kind of technology which is to be developed. The other area which is we need to address is the renewable energy. One which has a tremendous potential is the offshore wind energy, which has about 60 gigawatts on the west and east coast, southwest, northwest and southeast coast of India. And the first 1,000 megawatt offshore wind farm is being planned, and it would be cost, 1 megawatt cost is about $1.5 million. Now, this offshore wind farms will need a very specialized kind of infrastructure. The custom will build vessels to install the turbines, the port facilities, and this is also along with the wind farm has to be developed. The wave and ocean currents, the waves energy is much less and highly variable along the Indian coast, but there are some small wave powered plants are being made. This needs to be further scaling up these plants. Now, the largest potential is in the thermal energy, which is very high. It's about total about 5,000 megawatts per year we can generate. But the technology is yet to be built, and this is where I think the lot of cooperation, with Japan and all, will be extremely useful. How we can tap this energy. Now, some of the technology is the first thing which we need is some kind of remotely operable vehicle, which can go right up to 6,000 meters, and it can have a payload. This has been developed, and this can give you the information about the seabed and the environment. Any sensor which you desire for measuring either oxygen or chlorophyll or a temperature, and it has robotic arms, so you can collect the samples and all. The second thing which is required is what is the strength of the seabed, because any other equipment which you plan, you need to know the strength of the seabed, which is also autonomous, has been developed and tested by 26,000. And the mining equipment like trawler also has been now developed. It collects the nodules and sends it out to the ship. This also has been tested. Now, these are of course the technology which has been developed. but it is yet to be operational in the sense that you may need many more such equipment and it has to be scaled up and be utilized. So this is in one area. We will need many other autonomous vehicles. We will need a communications to acoustic where also a lot of work has to be done. This is an area I think is very important for India and Japan to collaborate along with the other energy resource which I have not mentioned is on the gas hydrogen. India has a very large gas hydrogen concentration of these sources. And this is also clean energy. I think we need to collaborate on that aspect as well. The other major requirement in the coastal regions and the deep sea that you will be doing many other activities, the water and the new technology, what they call as a low temperature thermal desalination, has been developed and currently on the Lakshadweep Islands, it provides 100,000 to 150,000 liters per day to the islanders. And this is a environmental friendly. It doesn't use like the RO which discharges very high saline water back to the sea. This uses about 8 to 10% of water. So whatever the discharge back is more or less same. And it provides absolute fresh water. You can also generate boiler quality water ppm as well. You can use the same technology in the thermal power stations which are located on the coast. And the major challenge here is how to scale it up, like say 10 million liters. So that is where I think the lot of technological development would be necessary. Similarly, on the living resources, there are large resources which has been now found beyond 200 meters, 200 to 2,000 meters, many new grounds and many new fisheries, and this is almost the current production is about 3.7 million tons. Now the new potential which has been found is 3.3 million tons. So we can almost double the production of a marine fishery from these regions. Now here also the technology has to be developed for operationalizing because you may be harvesting beyond 200 meters, right, 2,000 meters depth. Yeah. The next is a certain experiment on marine biotechnology, like ornamental fisheries, the cage, the mariculture, which is now two fish, could be experimented very well, where you can grow the cobia and melfish up to 4 kg and 700 grams after 12 months. And this is also very promising area. Of course, the culturing the pearl is another area which is very important and that we can collaborate. Now the marine special planning is one of the very important aspects. And in India it is governed by what we call as a coastal regulation zone, which is essentially drawing the coastal setback lines, construction setback lines. And the entire country is now mapped, and we have the coastal zone management plans for the entire 7,500 countries coastline. So these maps are extremely useful for a variety of things, including on the habitat, mangrove, the coral reefs, coastal land, shoreline chain, vulnerability, all the different kinds of plans are available for the entire country. And some of this new area which is now for the tourism, just one example I am showing is the blue flag certification, which is of course in Europe based NGO, which is Federation for Environment Education. It certifies the beach based on its water quality, safety, infrastructure and various things available. So in India now 18 blue flag beaches have been already identified, and we would like to reach around 100 beaches in the next 3 years. So this is also one very important economic activity which is now being taken. Now, there are many kinds of data which has been collected for scientific, environmental, and I think all this we need to put it into integrate, and this is another major activity which has been taken up, and this will help us to collect the different kinds of visualization. This is also already started, and India has mostly all data for the Indian Ocean. And now this scientific data we need to integrate with the other social, economic, and environmental. Now, what we need to do is, one is we have to invest in ocean, especially if we have to growth prospect after 2030, the investment in the ocean is very critical. So government of India has already announced a deep ocean mission to gain the knowledge about resources as well as to develop various technologies to harness. The third thing is that we know that the environmental data is extremely critical for making various decisions. And large volume, as I showed you, large volume of data which is already collected, and this has been organized way and be available for anybody from the globe, is from the ISAJ website. Now, the challenge is how we integrate this data with the social and economic data so that we can have an accounting system which will help us to understand what will economic and what kind of a societal relevance it can bring to the country. The institutional framework is another area which we need to understand because the governance system that may be neighboring countries and other countries, so the governance system economy is also very critical. And I think the most important is the collaboration with the other countries, and I think Japan has tremendous capability, and as was mentioned, that we already have an MOU with the JASTEC on the various technological aspects. I think we need to do that so that we can, this valuable asset in the ocean. So with this, I would like to thank, and I think we know last 30 years that Canada, but that is clearly ocean. I want to emphasize that the ocean is going to make our life much easier in coming decades. Thank you very much for this work.
Thank you, Dr. Naik, for giving us a very excellent overview talk. And in the audience, we have Professor Paida, former president of JAMSTEC, and several other people who appreciated your talk. And thank you very much for giving us your time, in spite of your busy schedule.
Thank you very much. There are interesting talks about our new frontier, the group economy. There are some room to our collaboration space. Please continue this discussion to the future collaboration in this field. Thank you very much. So I expect that many people have some detailed questions, and so I'm sorry that due to the time constraints, now we skip all the question time. So I invited the second speakers right now. So second speaker, the name is Swati Behara, Dr. Behara from JAMSTEC. He now is the director of the application laboratory in the Japan Agency for Marine Science and Technologies. Now he's talking about ocean for the sustainable world, very huge issues for us. Please start your talk and give some impressions.
Thank you very much, Professor Ishikawa. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you a plenary address on oceans for a sustainable world. I think previous speaker, Dr. Mike, already introduced the blue economy, onshore offshore economy. I'm going to expand on that. To start with, the oceans are very important in our lives. Life and livelihoods are very much dependent on marine environment, marine ecosystem. Like estimated 84.4 million tons of marine capture fish produced in 2018. It has increased ever since. and it employs 35 million fishermen and women worldwide. And there is an estimated 50 to 80% of the oxygen which is coming from our marine environment. An estimated 1.5 billion human beings are involved in rain-fed farming, most of them in India. So that's why the oceans are very important for our lives and livelihoods. But in recent times, we have started seeing warming of global oceans. We started seeing marine heat waves. I think over land, you already know the land heat waves, which are killing many people. But also we have marine heat waves, and it's all over the world now. And this year, we have seen reports of devastating marine ecosystems in many parts of the world. I'm showing you here one example from South Africa. Huge mammals, huge fish, they all are seen in beach dying. So that means we are doing something wrong, and we need to improve on that. Over the years, as you know, we have heated the planet due to anthropogenic activities. And here is the global average temperature from 1850 to 2018, and you can see that the temperature is rising over land. All that heat produced through that radiative process is actually stored in oceans. For the last 50 years, oceans have absorbed more than 80% of the heat produced through this global warming. It's a scientific paper already published. We all appreciate that, we know that. And if you convert that heat into the atmospheric heating, because oceans are vast, deep, and the specific heat capacity of ocean water, or any water in that sense, is much higher than air. And if you convert that heat in terms of atmospheric heating, it will be about 36 degrees centigrade warming. So if you don't have oceans, or if you have shallow oceans with not so much of cooling in the deeper parts, then the planet would have been already warmed up much more than what we are seeing now. The second thing in climate change research is to understand the sensitivity of the planet. How sensitive is our planet to the anthropogenic changes we are seeing now? So oceans play a big role because of the thermal circulations. If you have shallow circulations, then the planet is going to warm up quickly. But if you have deeper circulation, then the deeper, cooler water can be got up and more heat can be absorbed. So depending on the ocean circulations, depending on the dynamics of the oceans, how they are behaving in future, we may expect a very warm climate or moderately warm climate. In addition to what we have been doing already by releasing more carbon dioxide, in addition to that, the oceans are playing a role because our planet is dynamic. So as a consequence of that warming, we can see the sea level rise. Cities like Mumbai, London, Tokyo, these are big economies, and they are developed around the coastal regions because of advantage of transporting goods from these coastal harbors. However, because of global warming and sea level rise, they will be very much vulnerable to sea level rise, floods, and coastal inundations. Mumbai is $1 trillion economy now. Many big companies and billionaires live there. Similarly, Tokyo and New York and London. So the sea level rise has been happening, but those are happening because of natural changes, natural causes. But what we are seeing now probably is because of anthropogenic effects, and we need to address them. In addition to that, the oceans are also huge sink of carbon dioxide. And because of photosynthesis, all the tiny plants we have in the oceans, they absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere through the photosynthesis process. And that's why, and that excess carbon dioxide eventually gets settled inside the ocean, and that is increasing the acidity of the oceans, because CO2 can make the water acid. And that in turn is affecting the marine ecosystem and eventually will affect our livelihoods. There are also discussions now about the COVID-19 pandemic, but Vibrio cholera also is linked to oceans. The cholera bacteria moves from land areas to oceans during monsoon period because of drainage of rivers and drainage of human feces. Those go into the rivers and settle into the algae. And then after a few seasons they come back, because when you have the seawater coming into the rivers, when river level is low, seawater comes in and brings in those Vibrio cholera bacteria, and then that is consumed by human beings from the river water. And eventually we see another outbreak of cholera in land areas. So that's how oceans also play a big role in such kind of outbreaks. And probably in future you can see some pandemics coming from the oceans. We have to be careful about that. In addition to that, the seawater, the sea surface temperature, together with the atmosphere, interactively produce several climate phenomena. In the Indian Ocean, it is known as the Indian Ocean Dipole. In the Pacific, those are known as El Nino or La Nina, and El Nino Modoki or La Nina Modoki. Those climate phenomena rooted in the oceans because of the changes and variation in sea surface temperature are somehow associated with extreme events like heat waves, droughts, floods, and various other extreme events. So these climate phenomena are also influenced by global warming, because global warming influences the SST, sea surface temperature. Sea surface temperature modulate these climate phenomena. These climate phenomena are getting more intense, more frequent, and as a result, we are seeing more extreme events. Because these climate phenomena have worldwide teleconnections. So once something happens in the tropical Pacific or Indian Ocean, we see its effect all over the world. I'll show you here a few examples of extreme events. We have forest fires, the mudslide in Atami, several floods in India, and also typhoon-related floods in Japan, and also many other places. And that way, we see that the extreme events associated with those climate phenomena are actually going to be more intense in the future. And there is an estimate that by 2030, the world economy will be affected by like $17 trillion through the river floods and inundations. And half of that will be in Asia, and half of that will be in India. So about $3 to $4 trillion will be affected by this kind of river floods and inundations. I already explained that cities like Mumbai will have more trouble in the future, and human population is getting more vulnerable to infectious diseases which might originate from the oceans, and the modes of climate variations rooted in the oceans are also going to affect the extreme events. We have already seen marine heat wave, ocean acidification, marine leaders. All those are going to affect our livelihoods. The evolution in ocean, understanding of ocean phenomena and climate phenomena are rooted in ocean observations. We are lucky at this moment that we have a lot of observing systems in the tropical Indian and Pacific Ocean as well as in the Atlantic. And most importantly, you have these Argo floats, which started 10, 15 years ago, and now we have them all over the world oceans, which are helping us in taking observations and putting them into the models. Talking about the climate models, if you recognize him, he is Professor Suki Manabe, who received the Nobel Prize for Physics in this year. And I was fortunate when I joined JAMSTEC, he was there for several years, and I was fortunate to interact with him. So Suki Manabe, you can see here, the black and white picture here. Suki Manabe, Kirk Bryan, they first introduced this toy climate model with the idealized land and ocean distribution, but nevertheless, that toy model was very successful to capture some of the observed temperature distribution and circulations. From that time, we have moved on. By the way, these are the recent pictures of both of them. They must be happy to see how it has progressed. To 10-kilometer global climate models. And we are further improving on physics, dynamics, and I hope we'll have better models in the future. At Jamstack, we have developed a model called Syntax S climate prediction system, and that model is able to predict climate phenomena like El Nino Southern Oscillation, the Indian Ocean Dipole, at least 2 seasons ahead, 2 to 3 seasons ahead. And using that, we have been doing various societal applications. This is the latest predictions coming from that model. While many other models are predicting a La Nina condition, this model is predicting a La Nina Modoki-like conditions and a slightly moderate climate over Japan during this winter. So this winter may not be so cold according to this model predictions. Besides climate model, we are also doing a lot of ocean modeling, and one of them is the Japan Coastal Ocean Prediction Experiment, introduced in 2005. This model is used in various applications, from seaflood, optimization of seafloods, to developing like green energy, harvesting green energy, and most importantly, in recent days, you might have seen these animations coming in NHK news many times. It's actually coming from our lab. And as predicted by that model, we have started seeing the pumice stones in many coastal areas near even Tokyo. And we also have several projects with Tokai universities and also some of the private venture companies here. So the society has seen paradigm shifts from society 1. We are now going to society 5. In society 5, the big data and artificial intelligence will be important components. We are already introducing that in climate science, in the ocean science. And hopefully, the climate predictions, the ocean predictions will be automated in few years and will be interacting with not only human beings, but also devices. And that will help our society to achieve better success and sustain the world. As Professor Taira sometimes mentions, the society 6 and 7 could be like related to ocean or climate. I totally agree with that. And I hope if we are sustaining our climate and oceans now, I hope we will not enter into the ocean world in future. Otherwise, we have to design ourselves to be in the ocean world in the future in society 6 and 7. With that, I'm coming to the summary of my talk. As I said, anthropogenic changes are causing rapid warming of oceans and associated extreme events such as very heat wave, ocean acidification and all. And that natural climate variation looks already affected by the anthropogenic global warming. That leads to frequent and intense extreme events. Even if we try to minimize the greenhouse gases, the process, I think, is irreversible. And we have to cope with increasing extreme events in the future. We need more scientific research and develop sustainable network of observations and climate modeling, ocean modeling. And most importantly, share the responsibilities of managing various environmental issues, including marine litters like marine plastics, and develop some of the sophisticated techniques so that we can harvest green energy from the oceans. At the same time, by doing so, we try to intervene the effect of global warming and the ocean changes what we are seeing now. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Behera. So very comprehensive talks about the global warming and health, and also regarding of the ocean research and so our futures and society changing societies. So I also apologize for all the participants. We don't have some question time, but instead, please use the chat options if you have some question or comments that we can share your ideas and also your questions. So now it's a shift. So I'm called to the next presenters. Next presenter is Professor Masato Miki from Tokai University. His expertise has civil engineering and science and technology, and covering the applied areas and science and also development technologies. Today's talk so experiment study on applicability of the molten slag to tidal flood materials. Please give us your talk of the Professor Miki. Next start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having me. Today, I would like to talk about our new recent experiments using recycled material for conservation. First, I will give some brief introduction and motivation for our research. In Japan, the number of kelp floods and tidal floods decreased since 1970s due to development of coastline and construction of seawall. Japan has the sixth longest coastline in the world, but about half of it is now artificial. So, left side show time series of kelp forest area in Japan. While 20 years, about 30% of kelp forest has been lost. So this causes a decrease in the amount of biological resources and degradation of biodiversity. Therefore, tidal floods and kelp forests are being constructed. Like figure shows a trend in the constructed area of kelp forests and tidal floods in Japan. Recently, construction area has been decreasing. This because it is difficult to supply enough sand to create tidal floods. So we need material to replace sand to construct. In the past, recycled material such as steel slag has been used for coastal conservation. Steel slag is industrial biomaterial made by steel furnace. Steel slag has the ability to absorb phosphorus, so it can be used to sand recovery work to improve seabed and expected recycled material for tidal flood construction. But steel slag has hydrolytic react with water and become hard. So now it's used with natural sand and it's used for soil improvement material like this figure. Melting furnace is general waste for household from household. Shizuoka City's melting furnace is melts at ultra high temperature between 1700 degree to 1800 degree by adding coke. After melting, molten slag is discharged. It's a liquefied substance. Right side photo is molten slag. Like sand, it contains
silica dioxide and calcium oxide and aluminum oxide. So this article is a newspaper article from Nikkei Business Daily. Headline says, molten slag made from garbage is used as fertilizer. Shizuoka City's slag approved as fertilizer for the first time in Japan. So, molten slag has little experience in use at coastal area and does not have hydrolicity such as steel slag. So it can, we thought it can be used as replacement material for constructing artificial tidal plants. If we want to use such material, we need to consider following points. Is there any impact on water quality when used in actual areas? It's important when using new material. And can organisms live in tidal plants, such tidal plants, especially Manila clam, Japanese asari. Asari is the most famous shellfish in Japan. And many people like this, but it has been decreasing. So we need to recover the resources. So we conducted an experiment to create a tidal plant using the molten slag and to verify impacts on water quality and plant survival. This map is near here. We are today here. We have marine laboratory. So our marine laboratory is located on inner part of the Smith Port, facing Orido Bay. Our experiments were done at our laboratory. A total of 8 FRP tanks have been placed at our laboratory as closer to sea as possible. So, because the tanks were constantly supplied with natural seawater from Orido Bay through experiments. Experiment was conducted 4 times. Each experiment for about 3 months. Today, in this presentation, I will show the result of first 2 experiments. And I will also show the result of artificial tidal plant construction using molten slag in actual area. This photo shows the tank experiments. 8 tanks divided 4 pairs, and each pair was filled with silica sands and molten slag, and mixed molten slag and silica sands, and gravel. And then aside ground were added to one of their pair. This side with ground, this side without ground. This is a result of experiment 1 about the impact of water quality. In the first experiment, the water quality was examined for a week immediately after seawater was supplied. The seawater poured from the sea was mainly drained from the bottom. It means that seawater always passes through pour out the wet material. This graph shows chemical oxygen demand (COD) and suspended solid (SS). COD and SS are indicator of organic pollution. So COD shows the same range as seawater, and SS is lower value than seawater. It means that molten slag did not cause organic pollution. This is a result of experiment one about impact of water quality. And this pH value and total phosphorus. pH value of silica is lower than the seawater. And maybe silica sand we use is a little acid. But after 12 hours, the value of pH becomes the same level. The total phosphorus tank with silica, tank with slag, sometimes higher than seawater. And measurement of cadmium, lead, arsenic, selenium, and chromium were taken, which are human health harm. Such thing none were observed for it. This is a result of experiment 2 about the impact on water quality. In experiment 2, the supply seawater was overflow instead of being drained from the bottom. It means seawater didn't always pass through wet material. During the experiment, the pH value were low in tank 1, tank 2 with silica sand. And tank with slag, tank 3, tank 4 is slightly higher than seawater. However, a similar experiment using steel slag, the value of pH was about 9 throughout the experiment. It means that the molten slag had less effect on pH than the steel slag. The concentration of total phosphorus in the tank with slag was higher than seawater. This indicates that molten slag might also have the ability to absorb phosphorus, and it can be used as a fertilizer for seaweed, like for rice. This slide shows that survival rate of plants in both experiments. The survival rate of plant in the tank with slag was no lower than the other tank. So it means slag didn't have harmful effect on survival rate. We constructed the artificial tidal beach at our laboratory, in front of our laboratory, in August 2017. Its size is 5 meter by 3 meter, a very small tidal glass. And after construction, we we observe the ISAJ. And this is a result of the observation. Upper figure shows the number of plants settled in the artificial tidal blocks, and the number of plants increasing winter and decrease in summer. Maybe our tidal blocks too dry to live in summer. So but shell length size downside figure. The shell length size in winter is small, and it means that it's early settled Gemini. In contrast, summer shell length in summer is long. It means that it has been grown in the artificial hydrology, our artificial hydrology. So, this is our experience conclusion. The result of the study shows that pH value in the tank between molten salt was not increased, which was different from the steel salt. The increased phosphorus concentration in tank with molten salt was observed, indicating the possibility of observing phosphorus. Comparing of survival rate of graph shows that molten salt did not have a harmful effect on plant survival. According to experiments of artificial hydrocarbons in the actual area, it was confirmed that molten salt can be used as a replacement material for hydrocarbon. This research has been supported by responsible engineering. I would like to thank them for the support.
Thank you very much, Professor BP. It's a very good presentation, and showing to us the latest result in molten slag. Using the molten slag has a high potential to solve the waste management and also the water pollution, including and at the same time the shortage of the sun of the world. So we Tokai University continue this kind of research with private companies. So if you have much interesting about these technologies, please contact with us, and Professor Niki is in charge of this project. Thank you very much. So now we started just a little bit with the original schedule, so we proceed to the next speakers. I invited the next speaker as Norimitsu Sakagami from Tokai University. His background is robotics, and so he has developed some innovations and also some technologies and navigation systems of the underwater robots. So now today's topic, the negative pressure effect plate for the portable underwater robot. These are also his latest outcomes of his research. Please start with your presentation, Professor Sakagami.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nishikawa. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak here today. My name is Norimitsu Sakagami from Tokai University. I talk about negative pressure effect plate for portable underwater robot. This robot, dam inspection robot, has negative pressure effect plate. The negative pressure effect plate generates a strong force to stabilize the big body. So this robot this robot has 4 thrusters with negative pressure effect plate. This proposed device generates a strong force between this plate and underwater structure. So it is very useful for underwater inspection and underwater maintenance related to ocean facilities or infrastructure facilities. Okay, this slide shows the existing devices and negative pressure effect (NPEP). Magnetic device and suction device are used for underwater stable contact, but these vehicles have magnetic device or suction device. But they are not used alone. They need another actuators more than for use, roller drag or thrusters. And vortex generator. Vortex generator is a device that generates a strong force. The vortex generator generates fast water flow to produce negative pressure state. This vehicle has a vortex generator, but this device is not used alone. So this vortex generator also needs another actuator. On the other hand, thruster can be used for stable contact, underwater stable contact, and for underwater locomotion. Furthermore, thruster with negative pressure effect rate can be also used for both cases, stable contact and for underwater locomotion, and it generates stronger force than the nominal force of a thruster. Okay. I'll talk about the negative pressure effect. Okay. This slide shows a principle. The NPEP has a very simple structure and very cheap because the negative pressure effect rate, the NPEP consists of regular commercial thruster and disc brake. Disc brake is attached to a commercial thruster, and when the thruster sucks water, the thruster produces water flow between the disc brake and the wall surface. So the red area, the gap between the disc brake and the wall surface, reaches a negative pressure based on Bernoulli's theorem. This equation shows Bernoulli's theorem. When the water flow is very large, the pressure decreases. So the negative pressure generates pulling force, large pulling force between the disc brake and the water dam surface. Okay, I'd like to skip the details of the derivation of the mathematical models, but finally we can obtain this equation. Fn is the total force generated by the pressure difference, and A is the cross-sectional area of the thruster duct, and T is the thrust force. And the distance between the disc brake and the flat surface is x is the distance between the brake and flat surface, and A and B are the outer and the inner radius of the disc brake, respectively. And as we can see, the smaller the gap, x, the greater the force. So to investigate the mathematical model and to investigate the effectiveness of the negative pressure effect rate, we conducted a preliminary experiment. We measured the generated force using a commercial thruster and a disc brake. Okay. A disc brake was attached to a commercial thruster. The outer diameter of the disc brake was 0.0565 meter. The inner diameter was the outer diameter was 0.19 meter, and the inner diameter was 0.095 meters. The maximum nominal thrust of this commercial thruster is just without the disc brake is approximately 22.5 newtons. This is an experiment. Okay, the horizontal axis is the distance between the disc brake and the wall surface. The vertical axis shows generated force because due to the pressure difference. Okay. The horizontal dashed line is the maximum nominal force of the commercial thruster is at the disk brake. This, for example, last line force of the thruster. And that dotted line, this one, is a theoretical estimation based on the mathematical model in the previous slide. So the gray bars shows the experimental result. So as you can see, when the distance is 1 centimeter, the theoretical estimation and the experimental forces are 4 times higher than nominal force of commercial thruster without the disk brake. So the proposed device is very useful for to generate large free force between the robot and underwater structures. So we can use cheap and economical thruster to generate large force. Okay. We propose underwater robot with NPVP. This robot has thrusters with NPVP. When the underwater robot swims underwater, these thrusters can be used for underwater locomotion. On the other hand, on down surface, this robot, the thrusters with the negative pressure effect can be used for stable contact. So we can use the proposed device for motion and stable contact. Okay. And we designed the robot. This robot has 2 cameras and 2 lights to inspect underwater structures. Okay. And there are some possible holes to keep a distance, constant distance between the cameras and the underwater structures. Okay, and this robot has a steering mechanism. The steering mechanism contact with the surface via the steering passive holes. The direction of the 2 thrusters and the holes can be changed by using a steering motor. And we developed the down inspection robot like this. This robot has 6 thrusters. 4 thrusters have negative pressure effect brake like this. And this robot is a remotely operated vehicle, so it has a 150 meter optical fiber cable. And the weight of this robot is about 48 kilograms, so it's portable. We conducted an experiment in a water tank. The speed of the surge and the heat were 0.2 and 0.3 meter per second. The speed of the vehicle is not fast, but the thrusters with the negative pressure effect brake stabilize the vehicle body on water tank surface like this. Okay. This robot can change its pitch angle by using the thruster with the negative pressure effect. In this case, the center of gravity and center of buoyancy is very close. This means the restoring moment is very small. So therefore, by using the thrust force, this robot can change its pitch angle. The robot is facing down, and the camera is operator watching horizontal flow like this. No problem. Okay. We also conducted a field experiment. This is a short-range dam in Nagari City, near prefecture, near Kyoto. This is an experimental setup and condition. We used 6-passenger boat, small boat, to carry the developed underwater rover. There were some disturbance, external disturbance, waves and windows on the day of the experiment. The water visibility was about 1.0 meters, so the water visibility was not good on the day of the experiment. Okay, this is an operating device. Operator control the robot using a video game controller by watching monitor screens. So, in this case, the motion of the robot is constrained on a dam surface. So this means the motion of the robot is two-dimensional or dam surface. So it is very easy for users or operators to control this robot. Okay. This is a video. The dam surface. Dam surface. And this is one example. The underwater robot was able to remain in station. For 60 seconds, the robot didn't move at all. Of course, the camera mounted on the robot didn't move at all. So we can watch the dam surface clearly. In this case, the robot moved in the horizontal direction of about 52 meter depth. This is the robot moved from the deepest point of the dam to near the water surface. Like this, from here to here. Okay. The robot was able to acquire the continuous clear images because of the proposed device near pressure vector. Okay, so we confirmed that the negative pressure vector is very useful to stabilize the deeper body. Even when we use cheap thrusters. Okay. The NPEP was useful even when external disturbance act on the vehicle. So we conducted a field experiment. The proposed device was used for the dam inspection robot in this research, but it is also applicable for ROVs with manipulation, underwater manipulation, and the autonomous underwater vehicles. So we plan to use this device for underwater manipulation with a large reaction force. Look at this picture. A diver is cleaning underwater structure by using cavitation water gun. In this case, the large reaction force acts on the human body. So we can replace we can use underwater robot with a direct pressure vector for such underwater missions. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sakazami, for giving us a very excellent talk on underwater robotics and AUVs. We hope this technology and research can be developed with India and in collaborations. We will be happy to do that with you. So our next three talks will be presented online, two of them from India and one from Indonesia. and each of them will have 15 minutes. To start with, we have a presentation by Dr. Pankaj Jackson. He was a scientist in National Institute of Oceanography, physical oceanographer. I have interacted with him a lot. And he was the science counselor, former science counselor in the Indian Embassy here. And he is going to talk about the surface layer temperature inversion, a rare oceanographic process occurring in the Kuroshio-Oyashi frontal zone and northeastern Indian Ocean, southeastern Arabian and Bay of Bengal. Dr. Pankaj Jackson, if you are online, can you share your screen? I can hear you. We are just having some technical issue, but just a minute. Can I speak now, please? Hello, can I speak? Yeah, we can see your screen, but your voice is not coming. Can you speak closer to your microphone, please? Your voice is very low. Just give us 1 minute, please. Okay, we can hear you now.
I hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
Thank you. Dear my ISAJ friends and distinguished delegates from the ISAJ Symposium, I have immense pleasure to deliver the invited lecture in the ISAJ Symposium 2021. Symposium is my second hometown, so I very much miss it. ISAJ has been close to my heart ever since its inception in 2010 during my MSc days. I thank Dr. Mahapatra for giving me this opportunity for this invited lecture. I will be talking today on surface layer temperature inversion, a rare oceanographic process occurring in the Kuroshio-Oyashi frontal zone and in the northeastern Indian Ocean. Before I start my talk, I would like to pay tribute to my two mentors, Professor Yutaka Nagata and Professor Yutaka Nagata and Professor Yasuhiro Sugimori. I wrote my first paper in temperature inversion, and Professor Yutaka Nagata supported me in this work.
Excuse me. Can you go full screen?
Is it okay?
Full screen, please. Slide.
Any audio issue?
No, slides.
Could you please share my full screen? I hope you are hearing me. So, Dr. Yutaka introduced me to Professor Sugimori, and he is my guru and my PhD guide. So, let me come to the talk. When we take ocean in general, we will have a mixer layer in the surface, then we have a permanent thermocline, then the deep ocean. In the mixer layer, there is not much change in temperature, whereas in the permanent thermocline, the temperature decreases very rapidly. And deep ocean, there is less change. Then, but in some part of the ocean, this is not the scenario. Some part of the ocean, the mixer layer will be adjusted
to accommodate a interfacing warmer layer. So surface layer temperature is the warm layer sandwiched between surface and subsurface cold water. That is shown in this figure. Here you can see the surface water is colder and the subsurface water is in between. There is a warmer layer. Since the heat stored in the surface in the layer regulates the surface cooling and promote post-winter surface warming, it has potentially commensurable impacts on climate. It has been reported to frequently occur in the conjunction with various layers in the Kuroshio-Oyashio frontal zone and in the northeastern Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. So if you take the Kuroshio, this is the Kuroshio regime and this is the Oyashio regime. So if you take the northern Pacific, you can see that temperature inversion occurs in these frontal zones because there is temperature and salinity difference in these frontal zones. So this is the carbon pattern here. And similarly, in the northeastern Indian Ocean, in the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, Eastern Arabian Sea, you can see a lot of temperature inversion. In both these regions, this oceanographic process occurs during winter and is limited to the surface layer of about 100 meters. So, this is the temperature structure during an inversion layer, and this is the inversion layer gradient, temperature gradient, and this is the layer thickness. And you should understand one thing that if there is a temperature decrease, if there is a temperature decrease in the surface layer, then the water gets heavier and it is supposed to sink. But it doesn't sink because the salinity will be less. So the total density is the combined effect of salinity and temperature. So the salinity, less salinity will not allow it to sink it. So the water, the cold water remains in the surface. This is the structure of the temperature inversion in the North Pacific, in the Kuroshio-Oyashio frontal zone. Here it is somewhat subsurface compared to the Arabian Sea and Bengal inversion. And this is a typical inversion. The inversion occurring in the Bay of Bengal is comparatively very large compared to the inversion occurring in the North Pacific. Because the North Pacific degrees of the strength of the inversion is about 1 degree centigrade. But in the Bay of Bengal, for example, in this region, this is about 4.5 degrees. This is very strong inversion. And this is the strongest temperature in surface layer temperature inversion occurring if you compare any part of the world ocean. And this is another profile which shows. So, in the North Pacific, when the cold Oyashio current meets the warm Kuroshio current, temperature inversion occurs in the frontal zones of these two currents. And this is the occurrence frequency of the temperature inversion. The larger circle shows the number of data I know for this analysis used. And the filled black area shows the occurrence frequency of the inversion. So you can see the maximum occurrence takes place in this region. And this figure shows the different level of gradient of temperature inversion of the percentage of occurrence in it. For example, the temperature inversion of greater than 0.1 occur in a wider region, whereas temperature inversion of greater than 1 degree centigrade occur in a limited region like this. In the northeastern Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, the absorption of low saline surface water and winter cooling act as a positive factor. You know that in the Bay of Bengal, there are many major rivers like Ganges, Brahmaputra, Airavati. All these rivers dump lot of fresh water into the Bay of Bengal, and during winter, the cool surface water stay in the surface without sinking because of this low salinity.
So that was the temperature inversion. So wherever there is a freshwater influence in the bay and in the southeastern Arabian Sea, we can see temperature inversion. The low salinity is induced in this region by the freshwater dumping into the major rivers Ganges, Brahmaputra, Krishna, Godavari, and excess precipitation over evaporation. This is a simulated temperature inversion in the North Indian Ocean, and you can see temperature of greater than 0.25 degrees centigrade. This is the distribution pattern of the temperature obtained from the model, and we can see the highest occurrences in the Ganges dumping area. And this is the percentage occurrence again in October. You can see very less. November it is increasing. December it is much more, and January it is increasing further. But in February and March it is subsiding. And this is again the October, November, December, January, February distribution pattern of the strength of the inversion. That is the gradient of the inversion. So the gradient of the inversion 2.5 to 5 degrees centigrade is major occurrence of take place in December and January. You can see it from this way. So similarly, this is the layer thickness. That is also similar to the gradient. Now I will go to the summary and conclusion. Surface layer temperature inversion, that is a warm layer sandwiched between surface and subsurface colder water, has been reported to frequently occur in conjunction with the barium layer in the Kuroshio-Oyashio Crescent zone and in the northeastern Indian Ocean, that is southeastern Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, with potentially commensurable impacts on climate. In the Northwest Pacific, when the cold Oyashio current meets the warm Kuroshio current, temperature occurs in the middle zone of these two currents. Whereas in the northeastern Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, the adventure of low saline surface water and winter cooling act as the positive factors. The low salinity is induced in this region by the freshwater dumping from the major rivers, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Krishna, Godavari, etc., and excess precipitation or evaporation. With this slide, I have come to my conclusion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thornbersen, for the excellent talk and comparing the inversion layers in Kuroshio region and also in the northern Indian Ocean. Because of lack of time, we are not taking any questions or comment right now. But I recommend everybody who are online to pose your questions using the chat box so that Dr. Thornbersen can answer them. Our next speaker is Dr. Abhay Pulke from National Institute of Oceanography, and he is going to talk about the escalating levels of pathogenic facial indicator bacteria in coastal waters and marine beaches in Mumbai, India, a public health risk. This is becoming a problem in many parts of the Indian coastal regions. I think it's a good talk. Yes, look forward to it.
I can start, we can see your slide, but we can make it full screen mode, please.
Dr. Fulke, you are mute. Could you unmute yourself and show your video as well? The left bottom of your screen. Could you unmute from your PC screen? Yeah, please unmute yourself from left.
We are not able to hear you. Can you speak loudly, please? Okay, you can start.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank the convener of this symposium for inviting me for the invited lecture, especially Dr. Kedar Mahapatra and Dr. Santosh Gopal. Thank you, sir, for your invitation. And I would like to share my views on the escalating level of the pathogenic fecal indicator bacteria in coastal waters and the marine beaches of India, a public health risk. As you know that the ocean dumping has emerged as a severe environmental issue worldwide due to the unregulated disposal of waste and other material into the sea, ocean, which degrades the marine life and puts human health into the risk. There are many point and the non-point sources through the rivers, through the nalas and the drainage which shares the discharge of sewage and the other pollutant into the coastal sea waters. As per the report from the National Environmental Research Institute and International Pollution Control Board, there are the bodies monitor the coastal water quality. They said that there is immense level, a high level, which is permissible beyond the permissible limit of fecal indicator bacteria, and that's why to assess the microbiological water quality, the regular monitoring of the coastal water is essential. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, fecal indicator bacteria like Escherichia coli is a predominant one, and the enterococci is also recommended by the US EPA. So why E. coli? Because E. coli is an organism which is commensal microorganism and generally widely distributed in the widely distributed in the intestinal tract of the whole-blooded animal. Generally, the Escherichia coli is a non-pathogenic, but due to the certain virulence factor, this cause the diseases. And then based on the virulence factor present in the E. coli, there are different types of pathotypes of the E. coli, like enteropathogenic E. coli, enterohemerogenic E. coli, enteroinvasive E. coli, enterotoxigenic and shigotoxin producing E. coli, that is STEs. So there are different diseases associated with this pathogen, like gastrointestinal disease, urinary tract infection, skin and the soft tissue infection, septicemia, that is infection in the blood. So due to this kind of disease, this is a very serious concern for the public who are going for the recreational activity or who are between the interface with the sea and nowadays, due to the overuse of the antibiotic, this E. coli is forming the resistance, and this will be a very dangerous infection. We need to find out the alternative antimicrobial to treat the disease if it caused by a certain E. coli effect having the virulence problems. So the rationale behind selecting the issue is to investigate the source of high level of fecal indicator bacteria, identify and eliminate the source of FIB, eliminate the human risks associated with the exposure of contaminated water, because there is a very less information present regarding the virulent change in E. coli in Mumbai, India. So the objective is to determine the microbiological water quality of the beaches and the coastal water. What type of the virulence genes present in the E. coli, and what will be the antibiogram, antibiotic profile, and to identify the source of fecal indicator bacteria in water and sediments of recreational beaches. So what basically we have done here, we have selected 5 famous beaches of Mumbai in India, namely Warsaw, Juhu, Mahim, Dadar, and Girgaon. These are the beaches where monthly more than a million visitors used to go for the recreational activities, just to enjoy. And here, what happened is basically, if I talk about the Dadar and Juhu, is having the outfall points of sewage, and in high tide, whatever the sewage was is to come into the seashore, and there are certain drainage points and disposable points also there, where partially treated and untreated sewage also flow into the sea. So these are some gleams. You can see the day here, some kids are playing near the three beaches of Juhu. And in the day where in high tide, the recharge point is much less, and some kids are swimming, and because they are not aware of the kind of pathogens present in the beaches. And similarly, the Warsaw and Mahim also having certain recharge point which contribute partially treated sewage in the ocean. So basically what we have done, we have from the last 5 years, we have monitored these all beaches on a monthly basis, which collect the sediment, water, then isolate E. coli, which is the predominant fecal indicator bacteria, which go for the antibiotic sensitivity test, and of course, then for the virulence genes present in that, and we are also doing the source tracking of the fecal indicator bacteria, especially E. coli, by targeting the housekeeping gene malate dehydrogenase, which is a key enzyme in the Krebs cycle, which converts the malate into oxaloacetate. So here is some results which show that we have isolated more than 435 E. coli isolates, and all the isolates are resistant to more than the 2 antibiotics, and multiple in the slides is continually changing. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so here we can see that all the E. coli isolated are more resistant to more than the 2 antibiotics, and having the high multiple antibiotic resistance and antibiotic resistant indexes, and they are resistant to different classes of like cephalosporin, molybdenum, quinolone, penicillin, and so on. So what we have done basically here, after isolating the E. coli, we have chosen the 2 approaches. One approach to just check what kind of virulence genes present in the E. coli, and the second approach to know the chemistry, like microbial source tracking by targeting the malate dehydrogenase gene and box A1R primer to know the exact profiling of that, whether the E. coli is coming from human fecal matter, birds, or the dogs, or the eukaryotes on the beaches. So these are the approaches we have used, and we found that the enteropathogenic E. coli is more as compared to the other pathogenic pathotypes in the Mahim and Mahim range, and next to the Dadar. And the other hand, the 88% of the rate of the toxic genes, where the HEAEA, this toxic gene is the most predominant in the Mahim, and that of in the Warsaw is less. But the water quality of Warsaw and the Mahim is most good as compared to the other regions. And these are the some representative electrophoresis images of the toxin genes. These are the different toxin genes present in the E. coli isolate, having the different molecular weights,
And second is magnetic heterogeneous gene, which is very targeted, and here about 200 isolates we have so far done the source tracking, and we found that not only the human is contributing to the ocean, but most of the avifauna, like if I talk about the Gita, Chopati, Vasuvara, and Juhu, there are some birds like pigeons, and their fecal proteins also contributing towards the fecal pollution, as per our study, what investigated. And targeting the repetitive elements of the E. coli isolated from the different source using the box cable primer also shows the similar kind of profiling which the birds, the dogs, and the other animal littering in the species. And this slide shows the seasonal variation of the toxin genes, where we found the monsoon contributes the most of the toxin genes in the E. coli and that of the pre-monsoon and the post-monsoon. So here the intimine gene EAEA is the predominant as compared to the XTF1, XPS2, which is the heat-labile and stable toxin gene present in the E. coli. This type of virulent change are more maybe due to in monsoon, maybe due to the runoff is coming into the ocean. And this slide particularly shows that there are different serotypes of E. coli, where the 18% of untyped and 8% of O9 serotype is present. And all the E. coli isolates are having the multiple antibiotic resistant strains with the high antibiotic resistant indices. And this data may be useful for the decision maker and source manager to implement a proper coastal management as per this microbiological water quality is concerned. So the issue is of microbial source tracking, public health risks, and control method and technologies also. So considering all this work, the challenge behind the coastal management for the controlling the microbiological water quality is that to prove and convince the government authority to take the effective measures for the proper sanitation, disposal facility, public awareness, and wastewater treatment to reduce the pollution of the beaches, and the issue is to avoid serious consequence of the healthcare management in the coastal area. So, what we can do basically, we can recommend policymaker or the government authorities that there should be the advisory, there should be some placard on these beaches to just aware the people not to go into the sea in a particular season where the fecal indicator bacteria is more than the permissible limit set by the Central Pollution Control Board of India, or we can say the Environment Protection Agency of the US. So this type of the advisory and the placard is very important to make aware public that this time the bacterial count, especially fecal indicator bacterial count, is more, so they should not intervene or they should not litter on the beach. This is something when we have published a couple of papers on this aspect. So many national press media and electronic media have taken the cognizance of our findings and to provide or disseminate this knowledge, scientific knowledge to the society, to the layman. They have published in the newspaper and shown on the televisions also that how is the feral fishes of India and what would be the strategy from the government side and as a layman they should do while doing the recreational activities in the beaches. So this is what is we have published to disseminate the scientific knowledge. Considering this, I got this slide particularly to quote the perception of this Nobel laureate, Sir Richard Robertson, who I met in 2009. It's a privilege to meet him. But having he has said one statement that we need more science in politics and less politics in science, which because somewhere in university, if I talk about, researchers are depressed and science is suppressed by some unknown factor which should not be done. And people or policymakers or who are making the advisories at government level, they should listen to the researcher or the scientific fraternity as they are spending day and night behind the research with their scientific evidences. And on that basis, there should be the solution they find which can benefit the community. So if I talk about the overall conclusion of my work is that all the beaches on the coastal water of metropolitan city like Mumbai in India and the microbiological poor water quality, the dirigenic petrotype, enterotoxic, toxigenic E. coli and enteropathogenic E. coli were found most predominant, and multiple antibiotic resistant E. coli isolate and high antibiotic resistant acids, which can be the high public entries. And as we have done the microbial source tracking, the chemical source tracking is the most promising in future to know the exact source of the fecal pollution in the coastal water. So that's all from my side, and this is my requesting some of my PhD students and some project assistants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kulke. It was an excellent presentation. E. coli is a big issue, and I hope your work will help us to reduce the infections in Indian beaches. Because of lack of time again, you are not taking any questions. You may have some questions in your chat box. Our next speaker invited lecture to be given by Dr. Johnson Lumban Gaul from IPB University, Indonesia. And he is going to talk about the effects of climate variability on pelagic fishery production in the Indian Ocean. You have 15 minutes, Dr. Gaul. Yes.
Can you see our presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All to completely feedback today, especially to Mahaprabha. Thank you very much. Long time ago, in 2002, I visited Sinizu for 6 months. I worked with Mahapatra-san, also Okada Sensei. So I think thank you very much for inviting me today. I would like to talk about the effect of climate variability on pelagic fisheries production in Indian Ocean. As you know, Indian Ocean is the one of the largest water fishing area in the world. Yeah, especially for tuna. Yeah. Over 20% of world tuna catch from Indian Ocean, making the second largest region for tuna fishing in the planet. We know in Indian Ocean there is 2 regions according to this is a fishing area 51, namely Indian Ocean Western, and another one 1907. This is Indian Ocean, Eastern Indian Ocean. So we can see here the distribution catch there. We got data from Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. There are maybe more than 6 kind of tuna here. So we can see here, yeah, in Indian Ocean also very high, I mean, like, for example, also in western part. Maybe sometimes because we don't have a lot of data here, so sometimes miss data. That is why maybe, as you know, Indonesian start involved in Indian Ocean Tuna Commission just still new. So maybe there is not a lot of data here. Yeah, we know this is a market for tuna from Indian Ocean to Europe, Singapore, Korea, Japan, also US. Dominantly, this is from Indonesia, also from India to another place. And that is why pelagic fish in the Indian Ocean, I think, very important to understand how the variability related to market. Because if the variability is very high, this is especially in my experience in Indonesia, it's example for fishermen, because the price sometimes goes down. This is a problem in especially in Indonesia. This is a distribution of, for example, the tuna. We can see here. This is my my friend in one institution in Indonesia. They try to make distribution, for example, the tuna in Indian Ocean. We can see here, even in Eastern Indian Ocean, also in Western Indian Ocean, a lot of tuna. But we can see here, spatially, we have variation. Then we can see more how about variation. This is general information. We can see here tuna in Indian Ocean. Yeah, we have more than this is a yellowfin, swordfish, skipjack, big eye, albacore. This is dominantly tuna in Indian Ocean. We can see here from 1950, slicing goes up and now goes down because maybe overfishing. Because so many fleet now in Indian Ocean. You can see here from the trend and variability of tuna in Indian Ocean. I think slightly you can see here there is a variability. This is, I think, related to oceanographic variability in Indian Ocean. This is information about vessel which gets in Indian Ocean. A lot of industry or nation. Yeah. For example, we have Indonesia, Taiwan, Japan, Spain, and others vessel. This is a variance from Wibawa et al. We can see here there is a variance catch in tuna in Indian Ocean. I think related to climate variability. For example, this is also a catch of variability of tuna in Indian Ocean. I want to show there is a variation in catch in Indian Ocean. We can see here there is, according to previous study, in Indian Ocean we have a monsoon system. Like in Indonesia, during Southeast monsoon, there is a strong upwelling along the Coast Java until the Sumatra, and then vice versa during winter monsoon we have downwelling here. So the climate variability also impact on, for example, small pelagic and then trophic, high trophic level, maybe have timelines. Another variability, we know there is a most international Indian Ocean dipole. This is, I mean, internal phenomena. We can, I think, a lot of scientists from India very know well about this phenomena, especially during Indian Ocean dipole positive pass. Upwelling in Eastern Indian Ocean more intense. Usually upwelling here during southeast monsoon, but during even there is Indian Ocean dipole, the upwelling continues maybe more than 6 months or more than 1 hour. So upwelling here more strong, plankton bloom, and I think also the another side, this is a downwelling. Also during dipole mode negative in western Indian Ocean, there is strong upwelling, and Indonesia, I mean Eastern Indian Ocean, and there is a strong downwelling. And this is a vice versa between eastern and western part of Indian Ocean. This is a new application that you write in Nature, how the variability of oceanographic condition during Indian Ocean dipole positive past 2019. We can see here, especially in eastern Indonesia, there is a strong upwelling. I think in western far there is a downwelling, strong downwelling. And we can see from chlorophyll concentration, there is an anomaly, very high. From Java until to Sumatra was. That is why I think between Indian Ocean, Eastern Indian Ocean and Western, there is I mean, contrary. This is an example how the tuna fishing in Eastern Indian Ocean, I mean, distribution vessel. This is one of presentation of Marsa when I attended conference in Mexico in 2007. Usually, fishing vessel full stay here because you know this is high chlorophyll concentration. This is December, for example, 2003. This is January 2004. This is April, May. This is normal condition. We don't have data in Indonesia, but because we don't have a big vessel, usually the fishermen only in coastal area. But in Indian Ocean dipole positive in 1997, usually fishermen here, I mean fishing vessel in western part, November 1997, but December 1997 vessel distributed to maybe near the eastern Indian Ocean. We can see here during dipole positive upwelling more intense in 1997 in Eastern Indian Ocean. Maybe that is why maybe fishermen goes down because they predict more tuna here. We can see here more than 3,000 kilometers vessel move from west to east Indian Ocean. We can see here and until January. Usually January this is the downwelling in eastern part. Dipole more positive in 1997, 1988. We can see here that is why vessel move here. This is we saw how the climate variability impacting this fishery in Indian Ocean. Another study during dipole mode negative, right? As you know, during dipole mode negative in western part of Indian Ocean, there is a strong upwelling. You can see here from SST, low temperature. This is also chlorophyll concentration, vice versa with eastern part. So that is why we can see, and this is normal condition. During a dipole mode negative, in east western part, a very high, I mean, catch. This is a catch per unit of condition eastern part, and there is a high burst between eastern and western part. This is our study with Mahapatra also. We try to make a local study in Eastern Indian Ocean related to big eye tuna. This is a time series of thermocline variability near the coast Java because this is area for fishing big eye tuna. We try to identify how the movement of thermocline in this area because, for example, big eye tuna related to isotherm 10 to 15 Celsius degree. We found here there is a robust relationship between dipole mode event, especially in positive dipole mode tuna hook rate, especially big eye tuna more higher. Also, we can find here there is a chlorophyll concentration very high during dipole mode positive. This is why there is a high correlation between tuna catch in Eastern Indian Ocean, especially big eye tuna. We can explain here during dipole mode positive part. Here there is a strong eddies due to upwelling. So the water more oversized, so high chlorophyll concentration. This is comparison during there is no positive dipole mode compared to positive dipole mode here more higher. And also we can see here, and this is the profile temperature in this area. This is a movement. There is upwelling, so tuna catch more here because also we can explain here. During dipole mode occur, let's say, eddies. So the thermocline move up, goes up. Usually, fishermen use a long line here. As you know, big eye tuna there is a fishing layer about 10 to 15 centimeters. If long line tuna, in position, in good position, like in area where the eddies the probability of tuna more high catch. So that is why in our research we found a lot of tuna between 480 and 140 in Eastern Indian Ocean. Another our research also with Mahabharata in just in this year we went to the field to measure during Indian Ocean dipole to 2019. This is a part of one area here, the eastern part of Indian Ocean. We know in 2019 there is a strong upwelling, strong dipole mode positive part. We can see here a combination of chlorophyll concentration, in situ chlorophyll concentration, we got from 5 stations, more than 6 times more higher chlorophyll concentration in this being. This is a representing of area. We can also see from vertical profile of temperature. This is the end of dipole mode December. This is the peak of dipole mode. We can see here the temperature maybe there is 6 times. This is our base temperature. Compare peak of the IOD positive and peak and also there is a concept of thermocline goes up about 80 kilometers, so there is a strong upwelling in this area. If you compare condition of dipole mode negativity 60 and dipole mode 2019, there is a different strong upwelling here. You can see here also in the bay. This phenomena also impacted catch of small pelagic seals. We found in the field there are a lot of fish, also juvenile more than 3 times compared to normal condition. We can see here if you compare 2019 dipole mode positive, this is 2016 negative dipole mode, this is condition, normal condition. compare positive to negative maybe more than about 8 times catch. This is the problem for fishermen. Sometimes if catch very high, no price. Sometimes if there is no fish, low catch, because a lot of those Japanese also industry for candy. Sometimes they suffer. That is a problem. So I think this information is very important to make some prediction in the next future. Thank you. This is my summary. During internal variability, there is also strong variability in the Eastern Indian Ocean during the Indian Ocean dipole pass. There was strong weather also in Indian Ocean negative pass, and vice versa in the Western Indian Ocean. Related to internal variability through bloom or decline during a strong coastal and downward decrease, the abundance of small and large tuna species in Eastern Indian Ocean or also vice versa in Western Indian Ocean. Variation in oceanographic conditions due to internal variability significantly affect the fish resources in Indian Ocean. Therefore, the information prediction both during the Indian Ocean dipole more negative and also solid this is positive part can be used as a basis for fishing management to increase fishermen and income and reduce risks. Thank you very much. This is all.
Thank you, Dr. Kaul. It was an excellent talk linking climate variations like Indian Ocean dipole with the upwelling and deficiency. It was an excellent talk. So with that, we come to the end of this session. Excellent presentation, and I thank all the speakers. And hopefully we can develop further collaborations between India and Japan for the sustainability of oceans and also other activities. Thank you very much. And I hand over mic to my co-chair, Dr. Ishikawa, for his concluding remarks.
So thank you very much all participants and so presenters. I get some information about we conduct some exchange of ideas. I hope that today's discussion is a starting point in our future collaborations. And also now is starting the 14 years in the UN decade of the ocean science and for sustainable development. To achieve our sustainabilities, we accumulate more science data and data sharing and information sharing. And also, we have to take one step forward to our collaborations. So today, let's start with us together. That's my hope. Thank you very much for the participation. Thank you for all participants. Now we are closing for us today. Please continue participation tomorrow.
Excuse me, please come here. We will take a group photograph. And there is no time. We have to hurry up. It's 6 o'clock. We are supposed to vacate this room. It's already a little bit late. So please try to come for a group photograph. 電気つけてくれる? All of us should join this.
Now go to the hotel where we have to take a bus to go for a short visit to see you.
Okay. It was here. This pointer I will take or keep it here? No, let's take. Sanjay, your headphone. Huh? No. It's not mine. Yeah, it's not mine. Let's keep Yeah, he's I don't know. Yeah, in the hotel. In the hotel, did you see? I don't remember now. Right? I think I forgot. Yeah, should be there. Otherwise, in there. But we discussed it already. So we have restriction, right? We have to come back, see drills. You cannot come. I'm not. I have a class. Yeah, Japanese video.
I didn't attend the class because of this conference. I was going to be free to attend the class.
You also have class? Oh, third one. I didn't know.
Go downstairs.
Let me do.